560, brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
Advisor services offered through Pure Shale Financial Group Incorporated. Pure Shale Financial Group Incorporated is a registered independent investment advisor.
The real estate market can be tricky to navigate. The only edge to help you get ahead is knowledge and experience. And Real Estate Revealed is that edge. Heard Sunday mornings at 8 and hosted by Randy Barcella. Real Estate Revealed uncovers truths about the real estate market with an entire team of experts. Their real estate power allows them to present their experiences to benefit you before your next transaction. Real Estate Revealed, Sunday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer. What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got The Answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Survivors and rescue crews in central Italy weathering hundreds of aftershocks from the earthquake, now blamed for at least 267 deaths. Some of the aftershocks near magnitude 5, causing more damage.
We are entering the town of Amatrice. In the winter, only 2,000 live here, but in August, the numbers swell. No one knows how many were here when the quake hit at dawn Wednesday. The road into town is closed, so we are arriving with an emergency bus with locals. Giuseppina is a housewife carrying a green tarp that she and her husband brought to protect their home. Another couple have an oxygen machine. When I comment on the beauty of the area, Giuseppina says, it was beautiful, but is no more. Outside of Amatrice, Courtney Walsh, Fox News.
Attacks and counterattacks on the campaign trail about racism.
Hours after her campaign posted a video showing KKK members voicing support for Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton told a Reno crowd the Republican nominee is making hate groups mainstream.
Through it all, he has continued pushing discredited conspiracy theories with racist undertones.
Trump responded to Clinton's accusations at a rally in New Hampshire.
If you want to have strong borders so that people come into our country, but they come in legally through a legal process, that doesn't make you a racist.
Trump says Clinton is trying to distract from her own policies.
Fox Radio's Jared Halpern. Clinton's off the trail today. Trump holds a Vegas fundraiser and a roundtable with Hispanic leaders. 2 nuns killed in their home in rural Mississippi, found dead after failing to show up for work at a nearby clinic yesterday. The Catholic Diocese of Jackson says there were signs of a break-in, and the nun's car was taken and later recovered. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are cloudy. We have 69 degrees this morning, 5:02 our time on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 2 are in stable condition following a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's South Side. Authorities say Illinois troopers were conducting a traffic stop last night near 77th and Vincennes when a taxi pulled up and told the state police troopers he was being robbed. Troopers then confronted an armed person in the backseat of that cab and shots were fired. 2 suspects were wounded and sent to the hospital. No one in custody following a possible arson fire on Chicago's South Side that killed 4. Police say a person of interest who had been questioned was released yesterday without charges. A Schaumburg woman who killed her disabled daughter is expected to be released from prison today. Bonnie Liltz was granted bond while she awaits a ruling on her appeal. She was sentenced to 4 years behind bars in May after pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter. The Illinois Supreme Court has ruled a voter referendum seeking to change the system Illinois uses to draw political boundaries unconstitutional, meaning it cannot appear on the November ballot. The ruling Thursday affirms a Cook County judge's decision that the proposal didn't meet its constitutional muster. County judge rejected a similar signature-driven effort in 2014. The legal challenge was brought by an attorney linked to top and entrenched Democrats. Federal judge has ruled a suburban man mentally unfit to stand trial on charges he placed what he believed to be a bomb outside a bar. The district judge, Sharon Coleman, saying at a Thursday hearing she has concluded 22-year-old Adel Daoud is sincere in his belief that aliens and the Illuminati are conspiring against him. Mayor Emanuel's administration laying out his proposed plans for revamping the way the city investigates police misconduct. Mayor's top aides provided a group of aldermen with a broad outline during a meeting yesterday at City Hall. John Arena one of the Chicago aldermen on the inside of that meeting.
There are changes to what IPRA's authority is. There's changes to a whole host of things. The problem is we don't know all of the specifics.
The proposal includes creating a new, more powerful investigative agency. Former Illinois football coach Tim Beckman is out as a volunteer assistant at North Carolina. In a statement, Tar Heels officials announcing the move, with the school's chancellor, Carol Folt, saying she did not learn until this week that Beckman had a role at UNC after he faced allegations of player mistreatment at Illinois. White Sox over Seattle 7-6. Sox rally thanks to a Todd Frazier RBI line drive in the ninth inning. David Robertson gets the win, his fourth. The news service of Back to School Illinois, providing school supplies for children in need. And you can help by making a donation at any neighborhood currency exchange or at b2si.org. Back to School Illinois, working to improve educational opportunities for Illinois children. b2si.org. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's fall flooring season. Get incredible deals on the latest trends at Lumber Liquidators' Fall Flooring Kickoff Sale. We've got 100 new flooring styles, new colors, new textures, even new waterproof floors. Choose from over 60 varieties of North American and European laminate from 39 cents a square foot. Pre-finished hardwood from $129. Get $1 off Bellawood pre-finished hardwood. Save on the hottest styles in vinyl plank, bamboo, and more. Plus special financing. Visit lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you and get to the Fall Flooring Kickoff Sale today.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Our time is 5:06, and in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center this early morning, here's Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Well, things are settling down in some places after a busy overnight of traffic incidents and issues, and we still have heavy delays on westbound 8094 from Burr to Klein Avenue. A major overnight rollover crash still has 3 right lanes blocked. Traffic gets by on the left shoulder. A significant delay again from Burr to Klein. Eastbound, it's okay. There's a crash with injuries on the north side of Chicago at the busy intersection of Fullerton, Halsted, and Lincoln Avenue. And that one fairly new, but again, injuries are involved. On the Kennedy, the express lanes are closed for overnight maintenance. They should be reopening soon. No delays to report on the Kennedy. The Edens is fine. Same goes for the Eisenhower, the Stevenson, and the Rhine, where overnight work is clearing at all those expressways. Illinois tollways look good right now. And aside from 8094, things are okay in northwest Indiana. Traffic service of Cabela's. Time to gear up at Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days. Find great deals on the latest hunting gear and outdoor apparel. Save $30 on a Bushnell B12 trail camera. Don't miss Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days in Hoffman Estates and Hammond. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Clouds and sun today with a high 81. Couple of late-night thunderstorms tonight with a low 67. Then tomorrow, a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm mainly later in the day, which could bring damaging wind gusts, even an isolated tornado. High tomorrow getting up to 81. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
67 at O'Hare, 70 along the lakefront. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan, and a statement I never thought I would say. Sitting in for Amy this morning is Sean from Elmwood Park.
Say
You hosted for Joe Walsh. You think you know how to turn the microphone on. People need to. If people can't hear, if you don't press the red button there with your microphone.
I never sat on this side. I'm normally the captain's seat. Now you got me relegated to this spot here. Cass stretched out my headset.
I have the comm. I have the Let's just be clear about that.
And I had guys running around hitting buttons for me. For God's sakes, I do know where the dump is. I need a list of the words again.
Yes,
right.
We'll cue up George Carlin a little bit later. Sean from Elmwood Park. For those of you who don't know, he is a frequent caller to basically every talk radio program.
No. I only call shows I like. I don't waste time with dummies.
Okay.
So, you're honored to a certain extent. I mean, you're taking it the wrong way. I think you should be excited about the fact I call in.
It is honor. It is my honor. Also an entrepreneurial capitalist. You've heard Sean's ads for Elmhurst Cigar House. His
and
business.
Liberty Real Estate Services.
Okay.
Well, let's plug them both.
Let's
that
get
one's
all the shameless plugs out of the way at the 5 o'clock hour.
All right.
Yeah. And that he reserves the right to refuse to serve Fabian socialists and communists.
I've thrown 3 people out. I'm very proud of that. And I've had one guy on Facebook. In fact, John from Mundelein.
Why are you yelling? It's 5
This is the volume, baby. This is Melrose Park, Elmwood Park. This is it. We don't go lower. We go lower. Someone's in a nightgown. This is how we talk. Anyway, I get in an argument, with
the people you kicked out of your business.
Never. It's not really an argument face to face. That's the thing about communists and Fabian socialists. They're really passive one-on-one. It's when they get in groups with the army fatigues, they get all excited. But one-on-one, you tell them get the hell out of the store, they get out. And the only reason I threw them out, it was in the midst of Bernie Sanders, his push to take us into communism, and it looked like he was going to win the whole thing. And I kept thinking about all the people
did they come in with did this person come in with a Field of Burn T-shirt on? How did you identify them?
Field of Burn T-shirt.
Long hair, Birkenstocks.
No, he was an old man. He kind of looked like an older version of Mike Scott over there, who, by the way, very dignified.
Very handsome.
Yeah. Very. I mean, really, honest to God, I thought you were one of these young kids with hippies, like, the other guys running around. No, very distinguished. So he came in, and he had the Field of Burn shirt on with the pin. And I had just bought the store. And, you're losing money. When you buy something.
Did he come in for a lottery ticket, or what did he come in for?
I used to sell cigarettes.
No.
That was the first thing to go. I mean, you want to talk about bringing in the undesirables. So that made a decision. You're making 80 cents a pack. You make 80 cents a pack. You're working for government. The thing is $10, and you're making 80 cents. Get out of here.
Not if you sell them to denizens of Chicago, those that are in the occupied territory just to the east of you.
You know what? I just didn't like it with the dirty shoes and the torn shirts and late for work. I didn't want to deal with these people.
So you told him to leave?
So I said, listen, no. He came in all excited, and I said, what are you here? What are you doing here? And that question, he said, well, I'm here to buy cigarettes and a lottery ticket. I said, no, not in this store. In this store, we serve capitalists. We serve fine tobacco. Go and tell your other socialist friends at the next meeting, communists, whatever you call yourself, you're not welcome here. So I caught a theme because there were a couple strangers sitting in back, and normally it's not something you start out a conversation with strangers. And the one guy said to my friend, who Lou, who likes to dial 911 instead of 411 and
ask for phone numbers.
Ask
911 for phone numbers.
And he asked Lou, he said, what just happened? He said, well, he threw out people, and he'll be doing that from time to time. Because you know what? I always like the idea that as a business owner, I'm losing money. I'm bleeding. I'm the guy in there mopping floors, vacuuming. You're going to act the way I want you to act. Get out. So we don't take communists. I don't like communism. I find it subversive. I don't like the fact that you get to talk against all these people. And on a serious note, how many guys did we lose fighting these wars against socialists and communists? Right? I got a guy sitting there in Vietnam shot 3 times, 3 separate occasions, fighting Democrat socialists. What's Bernie Sanders? He's a Democrat socialist, proudly embraces it. So you're sitting there. I got a guy wounded, right, who's still got a little problem. Every time it rains, he gets that crazy look in his eye like you don't know if he's going to stab you in the neck. So I made a decision, a judgment call. I'm going to throw out the politics that got 58,000 Americans killed, one of which my cousin in Vietnam, that got how many guys killed in Korea, that everyone forgets about that. And now we're running as Soviet. We have an entire party running as Soviets. So
Hillary supporters are not welcome either.
Listen, I don't mind it because I'm going to tell you something about Hillary supporters.
Well, what's the difference?
Because they don't know. Most of them don't know. Like Trump supporters. They don't even realize they're arguing for the same policy.
Really? They don't know? You think they're confused?
Well, I'd like to think so. I mean, you can't throw out everybody.
Or is there? Now we're on to it. Now we're on to it.
If you're
there's a bottom line
if
sensitivity.
you're just a moron socialist,
Right.
I'll talk you out of it.
It's easy
But
to-
if you've got the Feel the Burn shirt on, you made the commitment.
come on.
You're a red star on the head.
Yeah,
you got to
sure.
go.
You're okay with the sophisticated barbarians. You're just not okay with, the Birkenstock Occupy types. It's a distinction without a difference. It's not a substantive
I
distinction.
told
It's
you
a
I was losing
superficial
money.
one.
I'd like to buffer a little
Exactly.
loss.
It's a superficial distinction.
Well, the other thing, too,
so
is-
you know what? So your kind of screeds against Fabian socialism and communism, they fall a little flat for me. I find them a little empty because you have people that take the same substantive
I see
position.
what you did here. Yeah.
And one goes and the other doesn't. And it's all based on who has the ability to buy your fine tobacco. It's very interesting.
Well, first of all,
you're almost a recipient in the Marxist context of from each according to their means to each according to the needs. You're almost a Marxist dependent.
So I'm like the business people that financed all the takeovers of the country by support. Is that where you're going with this? I think you got this all wrong.
You tell me, Mr. Arm and Hammer.
I'm trying to communicate with people that they're supporting a socialist Soviet, and I'll work with those that don't understand it. But when you come in with the Bernie Sanders shirt, you've made your mind up. You've embraced full communism. Now, that's what, you and I got in an argument when Amy was sitting here, and I believe she interrupted us, about the idea,
She does that time to
that
time.
we
as a
had an
co-host.
opportunity,
Yes.
if we would have had time, if we would have had the proper candidate to explain to the people who are rejecting corporatism that you are rejecting the same thing that has destroyed capitalism. We had a time to cultivate these people, but you didn't do that. You stuck in the bell-bottom 70-year-old man who now is flip-flopping all over the place like he's in the Olympics. It's ridiculous to me.
Well, we'll get to Donald Trump, but first I want to get to your candidate, Hillary Clinton.
No, she's, God. You sound like what's his name? C. Stephen Tucker. Every time I argue against Trump, well, then you're for Hillary. That's the argument of nonsense. I'm not for Hillary. I didn't like her when she worked at Rose Law Firm.
Hey, this isn't your Twitter feed.
Oh,
we make cogent statements here. We don't make oblique references to people that exist in social media. So we're going to go.
So this is the show?
We'll get to Trump, but we're going to get to your candidate first, Hillary Clinton. She was in Reno yesterday, and she took out after Donald Trump.
Did she stop at the Bunny Ranch?
I don't know. We'll have to get Dennis Hoff on the blower, find out if she made a visit. But this was in response to Trump's overtures to minority voters over the last couple of weeks. This was in response to Trump accusing Hillary Clinton of being a bigot and supporting bigoted policies. And it's in response to some of the Trump supporters that the Washington, D.C. press corps loves to profile to suggest that this is some movement of white supremacists solely that is behind Donald Trump. Hillary and her dog whistles.
Now, Trump's lack of knowledge or experience or solutions would be bad enough. But what he's doing here is more sinister. Trump is reinforcing harmful stereotypes and offering a dog whistle to his most hateful supporters. It's a disturbing preview of what kind of president he'd be. And that's what I want to make clear today. A man with a long history of racial discrimination who traffics in dark conspiracy theories drawn from the pages of supermarket tabloids and the far dark reaches of the internet should never run our government or command our military.
The dark reaches of the internet. She's obviously been following your Twitter account in addition to Donald Trump.
We're not worried. Why is no one talking about Robert Byrd? I mean, wasn't her husband?
Because he's dead.
But I understand that. But these are all big fans of his. Who was the guy that Clinton went to the speech to the Klansmen and said, of course he was in the Klan. He had to get votes. Remember, was that Billy Fulbright? Who was that when Bill Clinton went and talked? It was Byrd, wasn't it?
Well, sure. He was a Kliegel. He was a Klan recruiter.
See, I can't get it straight. I mean, there's three very well-known Klansmen in their past, and it's Orville Fabus, right? And
the sheriff of Little Rock.
He wasn't. He was the governor.
Oh, the governor of Little Rock. I mean, the governor of Arkansas. Excuse me. The standing at the schoolhouse
was one of Clinton's
door.
first backers. This guy's a well-known segregationist, right? Along with the other guy with the funny name, Billy Fulbright. And then Byrd. These are guys that they've given speeches about what great. Didn't he give somebody a presidential award? Was it Orville? I do love the names of these hillbillies.
So here's the thing about what Hillary Clinton had to say about the dark reaches of the internet, and she went on to define alt-right. I mean, this is such a bizarre
Who's
campaign.
alt-right? What's alt-right?
Alt-right is the alternative to conservatives, white nationalist, conspiracy theorist types. It's
So if you're like
Alex Jones types.
So wait a minute though. Are you part of this if you believe in Cattlegate, where she mysteriously took $1,000 and turned it into $100,000 in 1979?
No, you're not part of it, but you're part of it if you fit this description.
These are racist ideas, race-baiting ideas, anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, anti-women, all key tenets making up the emerging racist ideology known as the alt-right. Now, alt-right is short for alternative right. The Wall Street Journal describes it as a loose but organized movement, mostly online.
Like your pants.
Rejects mainstream conservatism, promotes nationalism, and views immigration and multiculturalism as threats to white identity. So the de facto merger between Breitbart and the Trump campaign represents a landmark achievement for this group, a fringe element.
I find it interesting that Hillary Clinton is decrying conspiracy theories by offering one of her own. That this alt-right, this loose confederation of one-off crackpots and cranks who have anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, and anti kind of liberty postures, that's the Trump campaign. And now they've somehow merged. That is a truther argument that is on par with any of the truther arguments that have been lodged from these one-off crackpots and one-off cranks. The idea that all of the people who voted for Donald Trump in the primary and all of the people that are supporting Donald Trump, even if it's just in opposition to Hillary Clinton, are part of this spooky confederation of individuals that want to attack people based on their religious beliefs or their racial profile is absurd. But this is where this campaign is.
And it's distracting from all of the problems that are following her. So right now, it's like watching Minnesota Fats beat Fast Eddie in the beginning of The Hustler, because she's doing it brilliantly. She really is. When you really think about it, this is a brilliant move, because for all of the reasons she is denouncing a section of the Trump Krishnas, and the problem with having devotees is that you have an element of them that it doesn't matter what Donald Trump does or says. They are going to chant Trump. They're going to put the Caddyshack hats on. That's the problem with it. And that's who we're focusing on right now.
Well, I agree with you that it's a misdirection play. It's to get the conversation off of the Clinton Foundation. It's also a response to Trump's overtures to minority communities, because she can't afford any attrition there. And it's the overture to minority communities is also an overture to white college-educated suburbanites, and she can't afford any attrition there either. So this is also trying to shore up her flank with respect to kind of her constituency and the constituency that she needs to have in order to win.
He set the table, and he missed the shot.
But here's the question. The question is, does this have any more currency anymore than an Alex Jones truth or conspiracy theory? Does the idea of just rinsing and repeating, you're a racist, making the...
We know it works. It's Barack Obama.
Yeah, this isn't Barack Obama.
Well, what...
And so the question is, and this is 8 years after Barack Obama, and because every argument is you're a racist if you disagree with me, I think that argument has lost a lot of currency. The charge of being a racist or the charge of racism is nearing meaninglessness because of overuse and misapplication. So I think Hillary is going back to the conventional playbook that the Democrats have used since Simon and Garfunkel were top on the charts. But I'm not sure it has the same political power.
That's because you're smart.
I'm not sure that it has the same political power. I'm asking the question. We're going to take your calls. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Sean will be able to talk when we come back.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Read the weather. You did it before.
Where's the weather?
It's around there somewhere.
Oh, it's around there somewhere. I hate if you listen to the Joe
Read the
Walsh
weather
show,
and throw to
I don't
Gin
like
Telemonte.
the weather. Today, pleasant. Wasn't it supposed to be typhoons? I drove in with the sunroof open. Pleasant with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 81. Tonight, mostly
Does smart
cloudy.
cars have sunroofs now?
Mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late. What is around late? I mean, you guys are paying for this? Low is 67. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, a couple of heavy thunderstorms, mainly later. That means wash your car. More humidity, high 81. Low tomorrow night, 68. Windows open. I got to read this? You got a 5-day forecast. Sundays.
Don't read all 5 days. Would you give
All right,
it to Jim Telemonte for the traffic?
Let's go
Jim,
to Telemonte.
please,
Tell the people they
please
could turn
take this
right
away.
on red, will you?
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Good morning, Dan. Sean, good morning. It's a pleasure. Big delays on 8094 westbound in northwest Indiana. It's at a standstill from Chase all the way to Klein Avenue, where all lanes are now blocked after a major overnight wreck. Traffic only gets by this on the left shoulder. Eastbound, it is fine. The entrance from Klein to westbound 8094, that's closed as well. Inbound Kennedy, slow around the Hubbard Street Tunnel. There's a tire in the right lane. 21 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound fine at 20. Crash at Ogden quickly cleared. On the north side, there's a crash with injuries at the intersection of Fullerton, Holstead, and Lincoln Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
If you suffer sinus congestion, trouble breathing through your nose, which gets worse when you lie down, facial pain, and sinus infections, antibiotics, nasal sprays, and steroids can only do so much. I'm Dr. Robert Deitch, and excited to tell you that recent advances in our field have opened exciting new doors. We're leading experts in a newer procedure called balloon sinus dilation that gently expands your natural sinus openings to fix underlying drainage problems. It takes 15 minutes and is performed in our office. Balloon sinus dilation is minimally invasive using local anesthesia and best of all delivers immediate and long-lasting relief. We're board-certified ENT specialists who can help you avoid expensive hospital visits and long recovery times.
For immediate and long-lasting relief from your sinus problems, call ENT Associates today at 847-882-5888 or visit nosinusproblems.com. That's ENT Associates at 847-882-5888 or online at nosinusproblems.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, and in for Amy this morning is Sean from Elmwood Park. You heard a little bit of Hillary's speech. We'll play more. Trump responded to the charge that he is the head of a conspiracy composed of a loose confederation of white supremacists. That's essentially what Hillary Clinton said. Trump responding that, this is... I
spilled my coffee.
This is... Thanks for sharing. That this is the oldest trick in the book.
It's the oldest play in the Democratic playbook. When Democratic policies fail, they are left with only this one tired argument. You're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They keep saying it.
That's right. And the question is, will it work this time like it worked to a large extent for President Obama, and it's worked for Democrats in this state, for example. Rick in Valpo, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, and I'd like to hear more of you two guys together every morning.
How old?
Don't encourage
57
him.
years old, and for as long as I can remember, Republicans have been accused of being racist. Every time Trump says something stupid, we hear from the media, we hear from Democrat politicians and leaders, do you disavow what Trump said? I want to hear Durbin. I want to hear Joe Donnelly, senator from Indiana. I want to hear some Democrat leaders
You will on election year.
disavow Hillary Clinton calling white Republicans racist. I just want to hear, is that possible, do you think?
No, it's not. Thanks for the call, Rick. Appreciate it. And you'll recall,
The guy was talking. You hang up on people when they talk.
When President Obama was running for, after he had won election as United States Senator, he sent out a fundraising email for Bob Byrd. I still have it because it's a stunning thing. He sent out a fundraising email for Bob Byrd, Robert Byrd, the former Klansman and longtime U.S. Senator for West Virginia. But this is what the Dems do. They don't care about racism and all of the other isms. They care about power.
Well, they position themselves as their champions, right? All you got to do is make people feel like victims, and they'll love you forever. And that's what they've done. And they win every time, and they stand exactly opposite of everything that these minorities should be preaching about, should be standing for.
Holly and Hudson.
Oh, my gosh. A giant shout-out to the Amish texter for alerting me on Twitter that Sean was going to be on with Dan. You are my fantasy radio host. I love you both so much. My one day I could sleep in, set my alarm for 5:08. Hey, I want to say
so did Dan.
The only thing worse than the screechy Hillary Clinton is the metered Hillary Clinton making a statement that is important. Oh, nothing drives me more crazy than listening to her when she tries to be serious to the third grade classroom that they're going to all get in trouble if they don't shut up and listen. I can't stand her.
Thanks, Holly. We got to jump, Holly, but thanks.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
If you think all banks are the same, it's time to think about Signature Bank Chicago. I'm Pete Olson, head of commercial banking at Signature Bank, where the people who own the bank operate the bank. Not in an abstract way, but in the same hands-on, personalized way that you run your business. We don't rely on a legion of business developers to find new relationships. We don't trust an outsourced phone bank to address your customer service needs, and we don't delegate decision-making to some anonymous credit committee that you'll never meet. We do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you don't succeed, we don't succeed. Call us today to see the Signature Bank difference.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Sean from Elmwood Park in for Amy this morning. Coming up, Jorge Ramos from Univision says media neutrality no longer an option. We'll discuss at 5:38, but now let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan and Sean, good morning. 70 degrees, central Italy. The focus this morning, strong aftershocks, rattling residents and rescue crews alike. Hopes begin to fade that firefighters will find any more survivors from Wednesday's earthquake. The death toll at 267. Turkey's state-run news agency says 8 police officers have been killed in a car bomb attack at a checkpoint in southeast Turkey. Donald Trump says he does not support a pathway for illegal immigrants in the U.S. to become legal.
If you want to have strong borders so that people come into our country, but they come in legally through a legal process, that doesn't make you a racist. It makes you smart. It makes you an American.
Clinton and Trump getting into a heated long-distance exchange over racism. The Clinton campaign portraying Trump as the candidate of neo-Nazis in a video released yesterday featuring a robed man identified only as a KKK leader.
I am a farmer and white nationalist. Support Donald Trump.
Sending out all the illegals, building a wall, and a moratorium on Islamic immigration.
Other images include a man giving a Hitler salute and a Confederate flag waving. Investors will be careful listening to Federal Reserve Chair Janet Yellen today for any hints on if and when the Fed may raise interest rates. Mississippi officials are investigating the murders of 2 Catholic nuns, one from Milwaukee, stabbed to death in their home there. The nuns were found dead this morning after a co-worker went to check on them when they didn't show up for work at a medical clinic. Police are treating it as a robbery that escalated into murder. 2 are in stable condition following a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's south side near 77th and Vincennes. And the Illinois Supreme Court rules a voter referendum seeking to change the system in Illinois that is used to draw political boundaries is unconstitutional. Sox over Seattle 7-6. The news service of Amtrak. Great memories are made on trains, not in traffic. Experience travel the way it should be. Go from Chicago to New Orleans for $104 with Amtrak Saver Fares. Book now at Amtrak.com/saverfares. See where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. 5:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
Welcome to our resort. Hey, how would you like a free round of golf and a couples massage on the beach, huh? And the next thing you know, you just bought a timeshare. Fast forward 5 years, you've only been back twice, but you're paying maintenance fees every year. This is the sad story of many of you listening to this right now. And this great investment in vacations will be passed on to your children after you, probably with higher fees, because most timeshare contracts last for perpetuity. But I bring you hope. Timeshare Exit Team. Timeshare Exit Team is the most trusted name in the industry. They're a consumer protection company that will get you out of your timeshare safely, legitimately, and forever. Read the reviews, then call 844-321-EXIT and schedule your free consultation. They'll review your contract and let you know your options. Don't wait for another maintenance fee to hit. Get out now. Call 844-321-EXIT or online timeshareexitteam.com.
Barack Obama and Al Gore claimed the debate over global warming is over. The Heartland Institute will prove they are wrong. Attend a special free event to mark the 10th anniversary of Al Gore's Oscar-winning movie, An Inconvenient Truth. Heartland Institute's science director, Jay Lair, will expose the flaws in Gore's movie. One of the few scientists with the courage to engage in debate about the human impact on climate will present the other side. Factually, every passing day sets a new record for a major hurricane failing to hit the U.S. And what explains the pause in rising temperatures for most of the last 2 decades? There's a lot about climate that scientists are still trying to figure out. So challenge your thinking and discover for yourself by going to heartland.org for info and to register for this free global warming debate on Wednesday, August 31st. That's heartland.org.
Don't miss this free, informative, and eye-opening global warming debate on Wednesday, August 31st. Seating is limited, so hurry and reserve your spot now. Log on to heartland.org. That's heartland.org.
538, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Westbound 8094, the delays are only growing. It is just jammed solid from Broadway to Klein Avenue, where all lanes are blocked. Clean up an overnight fatal rollover. Traffic only gets by this at Klein Avenue on the left shoulder. The entrance ramp from Klein is closed as well. The Indiana Toll Road is fine as an alternate, but it is heavy on the westbound Skyway approaching the toll plaza. The Edens is clear, so is the Kennedy. Eisenhower inbound, a little congested past Manheim. Inbound Stevenson has a 2-minute delay in pockets from Ashland to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, a 5-minute delay entering downtown. Traffic service of Bank of America. Want cash back at Costco, Sam's Club, and BJ's? You can use your Bank AmeriCard Cash Rewards Visa credit card. Earn 2% cash back at wholesale clubs. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/getcashback. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. A pleasant day ahead, clouds and sunshine with a high of 81. Cloudy, couple of storms around late in the evening to the overnight hours. Low of 67, and there could be storms on Saturday morning as well, and throughout the day, much more humid on Saturday with a high of 81. 67 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with our friend Sean from Elmwood Park joining us this morning on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by M.J. Miller & Company Jewelers. All that glitters is gold at M.J. Miller Jewelers in downtown Barrington.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And as Mike Scott said, incredibly, it's true, Sean from Elmwood Park is in for Amy this morning.
You know, I'm not the sidekick. Everyone knows I'm Magnum, you're Higgins. I'm the leader, you're the follower. Go ahead, begin.
I mean, honestly, this is the longest 3 hours and 20
John Cass stretched my headset out. It's flopping
left.
off. I got to turn my mic on. I don't like the sidekick.
All right, so yesterday, Jorge Ramos, you remember him from Univision. He's anchor.
Looks like Omar
that
Sharif
station.
with the hair, right?
He's got it chopped down a little bit.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
sure.
So that's not so much.
If he looked like Karl Rove, we'd never know him.
Not so much Dr. Zhivago for Ramos anymore.
All right.
So Ramos on with Megyn Kelly, and this is following up on a op-ed that he had penned.
It had to look like Dancing with the Stars.
You recall that Ramos was the one that was thrown out of a Trump press conference.
Yeah, that's
in the
not
primary.
thrown out. Where I'm from, that's not thrown out. Thrown out is you leave with a swollen eye.
Well, he was escorted.
Okay,
escorted out.
That's how I get it. That's how they make me leave family parties.
Thank you for the clarification, and I'm not surprised to hear that. So Ramos is calling on his colleagues in the D.C. press corps to dispense with their neutrality. And the D.C. press corps has responded, no problema. Dispense with their neutrality. Yeah. This apparently is a problem for Ramos. The D.C. press corps' neutrality with respect to Trump. Here's Jorge Ramos explaining his point to Megyn Kelly.
So what do you mean by that? Because you come out specifically and say neutrality is not an option, even for journalists. Explain.
I think so. I think neutrality is not an option when you as a journalist are confronted with racism, discrimination, corruption, public lies, dictatorships, or violations of human rights. I think Eduardo Moro and Walter Cronkite, they got it right. There are certain instances in which you have to take a stand. And for instance, you did it in that first questions, in that first debate, when Donald Trump was confronted with the fact that he had insulted women, and you took a stand. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, but let me ask you about that, because I didn't. Well, let me ask you about that, Jorge.
What I'm saying is that neutrality is not an option.
Neutrality is not an option for the D.C. press corps, says Jorge Ramos. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line.
You know what this imbecile is ignoring? Imbecile. Every third world dictator, every despot on the planet has what on his side? Who blocks, who runs the cover for what's really going on? The media, the press. That's what he's negating.
Well, he's actually just suggested, he just put Trump in the same category of those individuals. You have to take a stand against dictators and those who violate human rights.
He doesn't recognize what side he's on. This is an imbecile. This is a guy whose country is so run in such a third world manner. That's the reason people are fleeing here, because the country he's from does the same thing. They protect the oligarchy and they process the information so that the simpletons will chant for their own destruction, just like Democrats here.
Well, it's interesting that last piece you heard him mention to Megyn Kelly, saying you took a stand when you asked Trump that question in the debate. She said, actually, no, I didn't take a stand. I asked a question. That's different. I didn't say this is who you are. I asked a question about comments that Trump had made because I thought it was an important issue to raise. That's different. And to Megyn Kelly's credit, she put Ramos in a bit of a corner when it comes to this idea that reporters should characterize the candidates, should dispense with any pretense of neutrality. Listen to this hypothetical that Megyn Kelly offers Ramos in response.
As journalists, we have to call it out.
Okay, so
now,
but here's a question. Here's a follow-up
maybe
question.
Donald Trump does not consider himself a racist, but 73% of Latinos think that he is.
Okay, but 70% of the American public think that Hillary Clinton is a liar. So by that same token, what are we supposed to do? Every time we're supposed to do a story about Hillary saying something, should we be saying, by the way, she's a liar? She's a liar. Liar Hillary Clinton. I mean, you see, you sort of go down the rabbit hole once you start injecting these judgments on the candidates as a journalist.
More than judgments, I think it is our social responsibility as journalists to confront those who are in power.
Social responsibility as a journalist. It's not to confront those in power. That's not what he's saying. Now he's recasting it. He's saying to make a judgment call on those in power, not to confront them, not to expose, but to make a judgment call. And I think Megyn Kelly illustrated the hypocrisy of his position nicely.
It's amazing to me how much social justice, social responsibility, how much that word social gets thrown around in the name of really discriminating against part of society. It's amazing that these people have the arrogance. It truly is. What was Hayek's book? The Fatal Conceit?
Yes.
It's truly amazing, the conceit that these people have, to think that they are the ones who are strong-footed in the actual truth and that they'll do what they have to run cover. It's outrageous.
Well, and there's something else that Ramos said, too, that should be challenged, this idea that 73% of Latinos...
He's making it up. He pulled this number out of his shoe.
Well, 73% of Latinos say Trump is racist. That's what Ramos said. That's not exactly true. In fact,
can I tell you?
Can I finish my point? It's a different thing to say 7 in 10 Latinos are supporting Hillary Clinton than to say 7 in 10 Latinos say Trump is racist. Those are two different things. You can oppose someone or you can support a candidate without thinking their opponent is racist. And Ramos is purposely conflating those kind of data points, those statistics. Let's go to Colleen in Wicker Park. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. Amen to what you just said. And love you both. Stand back to the Don and Roma days. Boy, you're looking for punishment. If you stopped working with Bruce was like herding cats. But to your earlier point and mine, when you talked about the rinse and repeat, I'm laying there in bed trying to sleep but listening to you instead and thinking, that sounds exactly like the vast right-wing conspiracy, just redux.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's good. It's very good, Colleen. Thanks for the call.
Why does it work so much, though?
It is version 2.0. That's what
works.
This is.
And the problem is people chant for this idea that there's going to be a vindicator, there's going to be a champion for the downtrodden. Did you turn my mic off?
No.
I heard a click.
Here's something you may want to consider.
You're hanging up on me every day. I'm used to it.
Not just on this show, but in life.
All right. No. You're giving me life tips now. I'm the boss.
Inner monologue.
No.
Not every thought has to be expressed.
Every thought. For instance, I'm distracted by the Mr. T change you got on there. What happened? You buy a jewelry store?
It's a starter set.
It's nice.
Kevin in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. I agree. It does work, but here's why it works. Journalism has gotten so unbelievably lazy. And perfect example, you're all familiar with the EpiPen story that's been in the headlines.
Can't wait to get to
We're going to get to that, yep.
90% of the journalists will show a young child who's having trouble, affording an EpiPen. Maybe 10% will mention that the GM's or the CEO's father was a senator. None of them will mention that he is a Democratic senator. None of them will mention the fact that this company, Mayan, is a donor to the Clinton Foundation. None of them will mention that this company, who has a Democratic senator for a father, has just received contract work with the VA.
What are you, part of that right-wing conspiracy?
Yeah, it sounds like you're a journalist.
I don't know, Kevin. You sound shady to me.
It's lazy journalism. Why aren't they taking the next step and saying, hey, When did they contribute to the Hillary Foundation? How did they get this VA money? How is Senator Manchin connected with all this? No one does it. It's all lazy journalism. They'll take the simplest and they'll say, okay, yeah, we reported on it, but they didn't.
Yeah,
I mean, now we've got a chance to prove quid pro quo right here in the open, where everyone can see it and relate to it. And they've dropped the ball on it.
Thanks for the call, Kevin.
Quid pro quo is we should stop pretending it's illegal. We should just recognize the fact it is modus operandi. It is how things are done. Because now what are we talking about? You had this huge story where you had all the people that met with Hillary Clinton when she was Secretary of State and donated to the Clinton Foundation, mysteriously had all of these benefits afterwards. I've never understood how people take just a sentence like he was paid $500,000 for a speech and it goes away. What is that? Can someone produce a speech? Stop pretending that it's illegal. And then our guy, here's where we lose our footing. Our guy openly admits, I had to do it that way. I'm a businessman. Rubbing every real businessman's face in it like, this is what you got to do to get ahead. So to now pretend this righteous indignation, we're so upset about it, either make it wrong or stop pretending it's not. That's my problem.
Yeah, kleptocratic behavior.
Come on.
Propagates the kleptocracy.
We let this happen to us.
So back to the media piece, though, for a second, and to Kevin from Liberty's point, the call to dispense with neutrality. Boy, when Roger Ailes is no longer minding the store, things go haywire over at Fox. Listen to Shepard Smith reacting and bringing in Wall Street Journal reporter James Grimaldi after Hillary's speech yesterday, that alt-right conspiratorial speech that she offered. Listen to Shep Smith.
The problem with any attempt to rebut her is that in this case she used Donald Trump's own words, was historically accurate on his policies, on all reviewed points.
So who's he like?
And then Shep Smith goes on. Listen to this.
He really trades in hyperbole. He
trades in racism, doesn't he?
Well, I'll leave that up to the commentators to sort of talk about.
Yeah, it's a nice restraint by Grimaldi, but he trades in racism, doesn't he? I think that's what lawyers would call a leading question from Shep Smith. He must have been reading that Jorge Ramos op-ed very closely.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Let me know if you need help sounding out the words.
You think I'd see it. Mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late. See, I really can't stand this. Low of 67.
This isn't a 5-minute segment. Just get through it and get to Telemonte.
Mostly cloudy with a couple of heavy thunderstorms mainly later. More humid, high 81. Sunday, clouds and sun with a shower and thunderstorms around. Warm and humid, high of 84. Low Sunday night is 69. Monday, humid with clouds and sun, high of 84. Late Monday night, 69. They're going to make me read Tuesday. They have no idea. Tuesday, warm and humid with clouds and sunshine, high 86. Low Tuesday night of 69. Anybody want to bet on this? All right, now we're going to go to traffic. Turn right on red unless there's a sign. You can figure it out, dummies.
All right, thank you, Sean. Good morning. 8094 westbound traffic is at a standstill from Broadway to Klein Avenue. All lanes are blocked to clean up an overnight rollover crash. Traffic only gets by the left shoulder. The entrance from Klein is blocked, too. The Indiana Toll Road's fine as an alternate, but it's slow on the westbound Skyway from the Skyway Bridge to the Toll Plaza. About Eisenhower, you've got 2 minutes worth of delays now from Manheim to 25th. Stevenson, 2 minutes worth of delays. Ashland to Lakeshore Drive and the Ryan, it's 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
You always listen to AM 560, The Answer. You've heard all about Turnkey IT, Chicagoland's leading IT service provider for small business. Turnkey provides world-class support and customizable plans for businesses with 5 to 100 users. And with some of Turnkey IT's programs, you get all new equipment, free security, and antivirus protection. Sound great? Then why haven't you called Turnkey IT? There's really no excuse. Turnkey IT is setting you up with their best offer yet. Through the summer, all AM 560 listeners receive their first month of service for just $1. Your business will receive comprehensive coverage, including unlimited help desk and online support, network hosting, and antivirus protection its first contracted month for just $1. Ready to make the switch? It's easy. Visit turnkey.pro now. That's turnkey.pro. and tell them AM 560 The Answer sent you. Get ready to focus on the important things of your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today.
Hey, if your kids haven't started back to school yet, they will be in a matter of days, and it's hard to believe that it's back to school season already, but it is here. And for some parents, that's not exactly good news, especially if you're not happy with your child's school or teacher. Maybe it's time to make the switch this school year and send your child to a private school. Now, you can make that switch for half the price of the regular tuition when you simply visit halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you'll find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at, you guessed it, half the price. There's no catch. It's very simple. Find a school near you, purchase the tuition voucher, and make that school switch. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across the Chicagoland area, including Kankakee, Palos Heights, Wheaton, Westchester, South Holland, Chicago, Arlington Heights, just to name a few. Now, the school year is here, so don't wait another day and don't settle for a public school that isn't right for you and your child. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
Want to see what you'd look like if you had a flatter belly? Now's your chance, because for a limited time, we're giving away free trials of Somabiotics, the new discovery that flattens bloated bellies fast. But hurry and call now while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-664-4002. Strict limit of one free trial per household. These free trials are reserved for anyone, male or female, who's looking for maximum belly flattening in minimum time. Somabiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Want to see what you'd look like with a flatter belly? Now's your chance. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving these trials of Somabiotics away for free. 1-800-664-4002. That's 1-800-664-4002. If lines are busy, try again. 1-800-664-4002.
Hey, you've heard me talking about my good friends at Guardian Security Services for a few months now. And if you haven't called them yet, what are you waiting for? If you're unhappy with your door staff or on-site security officers at your gated community or residential high-rise, man, don't tolerate it. And certainly don't renew your contract for 2017. Instead, get a quote from Guardian Security Services. I put my name behind these guys because I love them and I really trust them. They only assign the most professional, highly trained door staff and security officers in all of Chicagoland. Schedule a free security assessment with my friends at Guardian Security Services. Get a contract quote for next year. Right now, call 708-385-3300. That's 708-385-3300. Tell them me, Joe Walsh, sent you. Or go online at GuardianSecurityInc.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free appointment so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Results may vary. Call 1-800-400-9591. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra $400 off your all-laser LASIK procedure. That's $200 off per eye. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free appointment, call 1-800-400-9591. 1-800-400-9591.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus, from wherever you are, on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits. For information, text online to 67076. Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University. To learn more about ASU online degrees, text online to 67076. Again, that's ONLINE to 67076.
EpiPen, government cheese, and the Cajun Navy. Karnak will connect the dots at 6:06 after you check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. 2 hurt in a state police-involved shooting in Chicago. Pleasant day ahead weather-wise. WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton accusing each other of being racist. Clinton saying Trump is reinforcing harmful stereotypes.
And offering a dog whistle to his most hateful supporters. It's a disturbing preview of what kind of president he'd be.
At one point in a Nevada rally, even suggesting a rise in bullying in schools is tied to Trump's rhetoric. Trump at a New Hampshire rally.
When Democratic policies fail, they are left with only this one tired argument. You're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They keep saying it.
He says Clinton is just trying to distract voters from her policies and scandals. Her campaign posting a web video featuring white supremacists supporting Trump, one of them wearing a KKK robe. Insult to injury amid the earthquake misery in central Italy as aftershocks, some near magnitude 5, continue. At least 267 known dead. Fox Radio's Courtney Walsh is live in Amatrice.
Yes, Lisa. Well, over 100 died in this town of Amatrice after Wednesday's quake. Several dozen remain under collapsed buildings. Matteo, a volunteer emergency worker with sniffer dogs, told me that he'd heard that 2 Brits were among the buried. This morning, the magnitude 4.7 aftershock struck the town. The hospital, which was already evacuated, crumbled to the ground. All the roads are blocked. I spoke with a priest who had worked in war zones, and he said he'd never seen such destruction. Authorities, however, have promised that the excavations will continue despite the aftershocks that make it particularly dangerous. Lisa?
Thanks, Courtney. American swimmer Ryan Lochte now charged in Rio with filing a false police report.
The police statement says Lochte will be notified about the indictment in the U.S. so he can decide whether to mount a defense in Brazil.
Fox's Robert Gray, not clear if the U.S. would agree to extradite him. He's apologized for over-exaggerating. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies, 68 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer, good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 2 are in stable condition this morning following a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's South Side. It happened while troopers were conducting a traffic stop near 77th and Vincennes. A taxi driver pulled up on that traffic stop and told troopers he was being robbed. Troopers then confronted an armed suspect in the back seat of that cab. Shots were fired, and 2 suspects were wounded, then hospitalized. No one in custody following a possible arson fire on Chicago's South Side that killed 4. Police say a person of interest who had been questioned was released without charges. The candidates for Illinois comptroller working to show their independence from Republican Governor Bruce Rauner and Democratic House Speaker Mike Madigan. Republican comptroller Leslie Munger and Democratic Chicago City Clerk Susana Mendoza met before the Chicago Tribune editorial board. Munger has described herself as a budgetary wingman, but says she stood up to Rauner, including refusing his request to not pay unions fair share dues collected from state workers. Mendoza struggled to separate herself from Madigan, voting for all of the speaker's budgets while in Springfield. There's a new law in Illinois designed to give ex-offenders a better future. AM 560's David Stewart with the story.
Governor Rauner signed the law that allows those convicted of certain felonies to apply for a state license as a healthcare professional. Rauner says that wasn't allowed under the old law.
We're all human. We all make mistakes. Some mistakes have worse impact than others, but we all make mistakes. And those folks who've made a mistake and want to have a better life, they deserve that second chance.
Those seeking a license as a nurse or other medical professional will have to petition the state, but will have to wait for a certain period after their conviction or release from prison to demonstrate that they've been rehabilitated. David Stewart, Chicago.
Sox over Seattle last night, 7-6. The News, a service of Accountemps. Do you need accounting and finance professionals for long-term or reoccurring projects? If you prefer the same professional to handle your project through its duration, Accountemps salary professional service may be the solution. Call today or visit accountemps.com. Accountemps is a Robert Half company. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity addresses the Republican establishment.
But when Hillary appoints liberal activist justices, remember, you help create that. You help build that. When no wall goes up and somebody crosses the border and commits an act of terror, well, you help build that. If America is not energy independent in the next 8 years, you can pat yourselves on the back for that. If there are restrictions on our Second Amendment rights, I'd say you played a part in that.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Not available in all states. Whoa, what do you have there?
It's a Reese and Irvy's frozen yogurt. We just had our robot make one.
A robot made your frozen yogurt?
Yes, the world's first fully interactive robot vending machine that serves 9 flavors of delicious yogurt with 6 amazing toppings. And it's available for an exclusive franchise opportunity.
How do I get my own Reese and Irvy's robots?
It's easy, but you better act now. Locations and machines are going fast. Just go to froyofranchising.com. That's froyofranchising.com. Check it out now, froyofranchising.com.
It's National Make-A-Will Month at LegalZoom.com, so it's time to take care of your will or trust. LegalZoom makes it easy. They're not a law firm, so there's no office visits or paying expensive hourly rates. Instead, you could save over $100 with LegalZoom's will or trust estate plan bundles. And if you don't know whether a will or trust is right for you, don't worry. You'll work with an independent attorney available in 48 states to get advice on what you need. Do the right thing this month at LegalZoom.com. LegalZoom.com.
6:05 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, the latest on the roads with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. It's a complete mess on westbound 8094, completely jammed from I-65 to Klein Avenue, where all lanes are blocked after a major overnight rollover crash. Traffic only gets by the left shoulder. Southbound Klein Avenue is jammed from 15th Avenue to 8094. There's no access from Klein to westbound 8094 because of this. The Indiana Toll Road is fine as an alternate, but the Skyway has delays westbound from the state line of the Skyway Bridge. 2 right lanes are blocked for bridge painting. Inbound Kennedy, 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound fine at 20. The Edens is clear. The Eisenhower, 33 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 29. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. And Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic service of Super 8 Hotels. When you're on the road and it's time to stop for the night, count on Super 8 Hotels. You'll always find a dependable room at a great rate. Plus, with over 2,000 locations across the country, odds are they're just down the road. So learn more and book today at super8.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 81. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late at night with a low 67. Then tomorrow, a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm, high 81. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
It is 68 at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by On Target Radio, the show dedicated to the red meat issues, including gun control, privacy, and freedom of speech. Heard Sunday nights at 9 p.m.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
These are racist ideas, race-baiting ideas, anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, anti-women, all key tenets making up the emerging racist ideology known as the alt-right.
When democratic policies fail, they are left with only this one tired argument. You're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They keep saying it. You're racist.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning is Sean from Elmwood Park.
You're really struggling with this whole thing. You know, first of all, I should be the one struggling. You got me on the outside looking in here. It's outrageous. I'm the sidekick. Everyone knows I'm Poncherello. You're the guy with gloves. No one can remember his name.
John is his name, and he was.
See, you remember his name. Yeah, pasty white guy who knew everything. Bingo.
He was a responsible police officer.
Yeah, and apparently you're very organized. I got stacks of stuff. This isn't how I like to do things. I walk in with nothing, and we start talking.
No, and it sounds like it.
All right.
Guys, I listened to when you filled in for Joe Walsh last week.
It was fantastic, wasn't it?
It wasn't bad.
You know, sure. People like it. People seem to like it.
Right, people.
Except for the guy that wanted to shoot me in a bomb. There was a mailing of a bomb. Other than that, everyone loved it.
Okay, Sally Field. You like me. You really like me. All right, so here it is. I love Johnny Carson. It's a little Karnak.
I'll tell you, you pull it off. You really do.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Cajun Navy, government cheese, and the EpiPen.
What is bad government policies?
You're supposed to be the Ed McMahon. You set
wait.
me up, then I blow the
told
envelope
you I'm
open
the right
and
guy.
do the.
All right.
The externalities created by a government-directed society.
So I just say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So let's talk Cajun Navy, government cheese, and the EpiPen. Let's start with the EpiPen because I know you've got a bee in your bonnet about the EpiPen.
I do.
You may need one.
I do on many levels.
So this is a controversy created by the spike in the cost of the EpiPen, initiated by the CEO of Mylan, the company that makes the EpiPen. 400% increase. The CEO of the company Mylan that makes the EpiPen turns out to be Heather Bresch, who is the daughter of Democrat Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia.
Nepotism?
She got her job, as I understand it, at the company at the entry level because Manchin had referred her to the CEO of Mylan. But that's 20 plus years ago. She got an MBA. She worked her way up the corporate ladder and to ultimately be CEO. And I believe she makes something on the order of $18 million a year. So we both should have gotten into the big pharma business. But so I'm not questioning her credentials. The question is how she will be treated versus like that Martin Shkreli guy who was treated by Congress after he spiked drug prices and became the bête noire of Western civilization. And this is the issue that you raise.
Well, this is where capitalists and people who reject capitalism and are wooed into communism actually agree. And this is the time when people who understand capitalism, when people who understand business and understand the overuse and abuse of government strength to pick winners and losers should really communicate, because this is an outrage to me that there is no competition here.
Well, so let me ask a question. Is it that's the main argument that you make? Because I mean, if the EpiPen went from about $57 a shot when Mylan took over sales of the product back in 2007. Now it's more than $600 for 2 auto injectors.
Exactly. And it couldn't have gotten there without the strength of government behind it, keeping away its competition. Period. End of story. That's it. So you want to call it the FDA, you want to call it some regulatory committee, or you want to call it just licensing acts. You know, I'm licensed a couple of different times. And the process to go through the license is very arduous. Now, I agree there should be licensing.
Your junior G-Man badge does not count as a license.
Sure. I ate a lot of Cracker Jacks for that. Anyway, there should be licensing and there should be some oversight. I believe in laissez-faire government. There's no question about it. But I believe in some baseline health issue so people aren't hurt. But this notion that there is no competition and you're going to tell me that that's just a coincidence, and that company that hired the senator's daughter, she's been there for 20 years. Now, whether it was one of those phony baloney Chicago City jobs where you just happen to get a check every while, I don't know. I don't know where attendance record.
I don't think you're going to, this is a publicly traded company.
Oh, yeah, there's no fraud in there. Anyway.
No, but the idea that she's just going to be installed, she was, working the counter at a 7-Eleven, now she's installed as the CEO of a major pharmaceutical company.
Of course they're going to keep her.
That's not what happened.
Of course they're going to keep her for 20 years. Of course, you want a senator's daughter on your staff. That's always going to become helpful should you be regulated.
Should you be regulated? You're a pharmaceutical company.
Okay,
you have to bring products to market through the FDA.
Exactly.
Of course. And by the way, on that point, Teva Pharmaceutical Industries has a competitor product to the EpiPen that is pending going through the review process, pending before the FDA. And this raises that whole specter of government. It costs north of $1 billion to bring a new medical product, whether it's a drug or a medical device, to market.
Bingo.
And so, that's a whole nother gatekeeper to competition.
Why does it cost that much? Why should it cost that much?
Because of the trials and so forth that you have to go through.
But how is it better for us, the people who are sick? How many people right now are awaiting treatments that maybe could benefit them, and they are there, but they're tied up in this process of $1 billion? They're tied up in it. And then you have a government that says, we're going to charge you $1 billion to bring this to market. And then you cannot make money unless you have to offer different. So it's complete and total market control. Pick the ultimate, picking winners and losers.
Joe Manchin responded to the criticism of his daughter and Mylan Company, saying, I'm aware of the questions my colleagues and many parents are asking, and frankly, I share their concern about the skyrocketing prices of prescription drugs. I'm sure Mylan will have a more comprehensive and formal response to the questions, and I look forward to reviewing their response. That wasn't good enough for Chuck Grassley, a Republican from Iowa, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, said that the EpiPen maker had not gone far enough in taking steps to reduce the injector's price, and Mylan responded yesterday by saying they're providing a savings card worth of up to $300 to people facing the full out-of-pocket cost.
And who pays for the savings?
So, but it's also interesting, right? Why are they doing that? They're doing that not for business reasons; they're doing it for political reasons.
Exactly.
So that if they can afford to do that long term, or they're making a calculation that it will be cheaper to do that long term than to suffer the public scrutiny and damage. The stock price down 6% after this hammering they've taken in the press.
And what's going to happen? It's going to be sickening. I could hear it now. It's like you can watch the news in the future. People will be calling for this stuff to become nationalized. There will be a section of our society who will say, this is outrageous, strip it away from the free market, government produce, government take care of it. So they use the failings, the corruption, the corporatism to then seize more power. And what's sickening is a large part of our society buys it, and they believe in it. Rather than saying, you know what, when it went up 100%, wouldn't the other pharmaceutical company said, hey, they're making a lot of money in this product, let us go into that. But they can't do that.
Here's something that the American people aren't buying, and so the government has to step in. They're not buying cheese. The USDA will buy 11 million pounds of cheese.
What's that cost?
About $20 million.
Mm-hmm.
And distribute it to food banks around the country because the U.S. cheese market, not your cheese, but it is your cheese. The U.S. cheese market has a significant oversupply problem for most of the year because foreign buyers have looked elsewhere for their dairy products as a result of the strong dollar. And so now the government is going to step in to correct the market.
It'd be great if you were that farmer and you said, my God, I got to sell this cheese. I got to sell this cheese. And I got to sell it quick. I wonder who's going to buy it. And I'll bet you.
The buyer of last resort.
And you think there's a campaign contribution down the road, or there hasn't been one? See, this is the problem with the whole system.
Big cheese. More of a threat to our market economy. Big cheese or big pharma?
I'll tell you what. I think it's big cheese because it would go, and I'll tell you why. It took you 3 days.
I think you're a big cheese
It took
head.
you 3 days to get to this story. Because when the theft is under $100 million, we're numb by the numbers.
No.
Forget about it. That's how you have government spending in excess of their budget and no one cares. That's why they have these industries where they're allocated a certain amount of money, and if they don't spend it all, they don't get more. You have a system where it eats its own tail and tells itself it's full.
All right. The last item on our Karnak list here is the Cajun Navy. This comes to us from New Orleans, and this is a Republican legislator, by the way. So this is about policy, not partisan affiliation. So this comes to us, the Cajun Navy, as a result of the terrible flooding in New Orleans. 110,000 homes destroyed, 7,000 plus businesses. And what happened is a lot of residents of the area got together and formed a loosely organized group called the Cajun Navy. Mm-hmm. These are just citizens down there in Louisiana that are going around rescuing people, providing support for people in need. You know, they're using their boats and their...
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah, right. Well, and you know, they couldn't wait for assistance from the government. So between Walmart and the Cajun Navy, people are at least getting some help. Republican State Senator J.P. Perry of the Vermilion Lafayette area working on legislation that could require training, certificates, and a permit to allow these Good Samaritans to get past law enforcement into devastated areas. I mean, so this is a crisis situation.
Let's implement laws now.
Let's make a law to license and certify people driving their own boats to provide assistance to people in need, like in real time, who just lost their home or lost their business,
so you did
or life is being threatened essentially by the natural disaster.
You were able to implement, or you were able to come up with this idea in less than a week from the disaster. But as we heard about Hillary Clinton's contributions to the Clinton Foundation and Clinton Global Initiative, I kept hearing all week, that's not illegal. Don't worry about it. It may look bad, but it's not illegal. So when you want to come up with a law and a regulation, it takes a matter of hours. When you don't, politicians get rich.
Well, the timing of this, too, is, you know, so everybody is all hands on deck to help people that are facing an existential threat to their lives and their property. And what's this Republican legislator's response?
Let's license.
Come up with a regulatory scheme.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Your forecast today, pleasant with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 81. By the way, a little more lag time on when I got to read stuff. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late. Boy, that annoys me. Low 67. Mostly cloudy tomorrow. A couple of heavy thunderstorms mainly later. More humid, high 81. Tomorrow, 68. Sunday, clouds with sun. With a shower or thunderstorms around. Warm and humid, high 84. Low 69. Monday, humid with clouds and sun, high 84. Low Monday night, 69. And now the real one they're guessing at, Tuesday. Sure, they're going to get this right. Warm and humid with clouds and sunshine, high 86. Low Tuesday night is 69. Made it all up. Now to traffic.
Thanks, Sean. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. 8094 westbound at Clyde Avenue. Some lanes have reopened. Everything was closed after an overnight crash. Now only the right lane and shoulder are blocked. Still a long delay from Broadway to Klein. Ramp from northbound Klein to westbound 8094 is still closed. The southbound Klein ramp to 8094 has reopened. The Skyway has westbound delays. From the state line of the Skyway Bridge, 2 right lanes are blocked for bridge painting, and then it's slow from 92nd and Anthony to the Toll Plaza. The Edens is fine. The Kennedy, 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Ike, 33 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 31. Stevenson, 38 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 24 minutes. 95th to downtown. Delay started Garfield. Jim Talamonte and the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Mike Rowe here with a quick IAQ test for my buddy Bill.
Wait, I didn't study.
IAQ stands for Indoor Air Quality, something 1 hour excels at.
Well, I aced my SATs, so...
Yes or no? Do you breathe inside your home?
Yeah.
And what do you breathe?
Air.
And what's in that air? Air? Sorry, we were looking for dust mites, household pollutants, even formaldehyde.
Wait, I need to move.
Or you could call 1 hour and improve your IAQ.
That sounds smarter.
Let's see how you do with the disclaimer.
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Not bad.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
I'm the host of Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science show. As a primary natural health care practitioner, I've been helping people just like you reach a higher place of health and longevity, utilizing more natural strategies as I believe our Creator meant it to be.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Sometimes what you want most from your car is nothing. No headaches, no surprises, no anxiety when it's late at night and you're on some distant freeway in a thunderstorm. Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. You know you're in one of the safest and most thoughtfully engineered vehicles on the road. And with an unlimited mileage warranty, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years, with roadside assistance included. Your sense of confidence and adventure are as unlimited as the warranty itself. Now you can drive the car of your dreams and realize that nothing is everything. And during the certified pre-owned sales event, now through August 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and 0.99% APR financing on select models, available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties. APR offer available only to qualified customers. Call 1-800-FOR-Mercedes for details about costs and terms.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Do you hear that racket? That is the sound of 7 scientists at Exxon and Mobil, thinking, working. Listen, they're discovering the precise combination of 7 key ingredients in new Synergy gasoline that helps you get better gas mileage. These science folks sure know how to party. Shh. Sorry. New Synergy gasoline from Exxon and Mobil. Energy lives here.
Fuel economy claims are compared with gasoline meeting minimum government standards. Results will vary. Visit Exxon.com or Mobil.com for details.
AM 560, The Answer. See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning, Sean from Elmwood Park.
Go ahead, read the text.
Sean,
You're dying to read the text.
Text from 773. Dan and Sean sounds like the high school audiovisual club took over a radio station. Welcome to Nerd Fest. Is it that bad? Are we
I've
that
been called
nerdy?
a lot of things, but nerd? Come on, Mike. You know, he's mad because I knocked that city phony baloney. Wait for your pension job. He's all hostile.
Yeah.
Right.
Hillary Clinton responding hostily to what Trump has had to say about the Clinton Foundation. You know, they get it all wrong. These are unfounded attacks. She did a phoner with Gloria Vanderbilt's kid, Anderson Cooper, is how he's commonly referred to, explaining what's really going on here with the Clinton Foundation and with her time as Secretary of State as it pertains to the Clinton Foundation.
Well, first, what Trump has said is ridiculous. My work as Secretary of State was not influenced by any outside forces. I made policy decisions based on what I thought was right to keep Americans safe and to protect U.S. interests abroad. No wild political attack by Donald Trump is going to change that.
It's just Donald Trump's wild political attack, all this Clinton Foundation business. I mean, there's a stack of op-eds that could fill this room with people from the left to the right. The Ron Fourniers of the world on the left, for example, those that at least have some level of integrity about the Clintons, suggesting that this was a seamless enterprise. The Clinton Foundation folded into the State Department and vice versa. And the preposterous answers that have been given by the State Department to inquiries about Hillary Clinton's tenure there, in addition to the obfuscations and recalcitrance of the Clintons and Clinton Inc. to turn over information, public records. I mean, it all speaks to this lie, but it's so fascinating that she was never influenced. So lest you think that $156 million in donor contributions is going to influence the decision Hillary Clinton makes, well, that's how you'd be wrong. She also mentioned this about the Clinton Foundation.
And it's important to remember, Anderson, the foundation is a charity. Neither my husband nor I have ever drawn a salary from it.
Oh, God. Never drawn a salary.
Well,
don't you feel bad about your criticism of Hillary Clinton, though?
There's a couple things that drive me nuts.
She's an altruist.
I've always I've always wondered how Democrats can wrap their head around this. And one moment you're screaming for social justice and you want to seize the immoral philosophy you take of seizing someone's money to spread it out.
And the next minute you're spending $50 million to travel around the globe.
And you know what's always irked me when she was, and I got this when I was filling in for Joe Walsh. I was doing a lot of prep. And I read this story about when she was at the State Department, $3.1 billion to Haiti, and her brother magically gets one of 2 gold mining licenses, permits, from the country of Haiti.
Well, he was on the board of the company. That's right. This was all detailed in Clinton Cash,
This
which
is
is all
really-
being recycled now,
Well-
just as we predicted on this show it would when Clinton Cash came
how
out
about
last year.
him and the bagman, who's now the governor of Virginia, McAuliffe, when they were set up in the green car company, $100 and some million grant.
Sure,
you become numb to the amount of theft that's funneled off to the lobbyists, to moron relatives. It's just disgusting to me. And then you get these people who think they're so superior. I'm a socialist. You're a moron. Go ahead. We got to take a call.
Tim in Charlotte, North Carolina. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, I got a question for you, Sean. I appreciate your views and how you have been very, very much so kind of against Trump a little bit. You support him, but you're against him.
Yeah.
And I want to know how you think it's not a binary choice. Either it's Hillary or it's Trump.
I don't like.
That he does some stupid things. He says some things that are wrong. But this is about a choice, and it's either Hillary or Trump. And I'm curious what your thought is on that.
All right.
Thanks, Tim.
Here's my thought, and here's how I can explain this. I know what Herbert Hoover did to the country. I'm very well versed in it. I know the mistaken policies that he's preaching. And did you just squint your eyes when I said that? Let me tell you something. The stock market crash in 29 affected 18% of the people.
Yeah,
That's it.
I'm
It was
familiar with the Great Depression.
Well, not everybody is. It was the policies afterwards that took us to a depression that would not have ended if it wasn't for World War II. It was the government seizure of our economy, and no one
By
is talking
FDR.
about it. Well, it was Herbert Hoover laid the groundwork, just like Nixon. Nixon is the other guy that implemented all of these departments that have now seized control of our life. Those are Republicans, brother. I hate to break it to you.
Longing for the days of Silent Cal. Jim in Sycamore, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I like how Hillary said that her policies kept us safe. I'm like, no, I think they were meant to keep us safe, but they really haven't made us any more safe. I think her words are very, she's like, she took all the responsibility for the policies to keep us safe.
Unless you're in the Middle East.
Thanks for the call, Jim. But remember, her terrible policy choices were not influenced by anybody. They were her own.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The U.S. Senior and Women's Open, the BMW Championship, the Chicago Half Marathon, NASCAR racing, the Blackhawks Parade, so many festivals and special events. And they all have one thing in common: Master Fence Rental. Master Fence Rental provides professional fence rental services throughout all phases of your construction project, special event, or emergency situation, along with prompt delivery and expert installation. These are the guys to call when you need to maintain temporary safety and security at your site. Master Fence Rental is ready right now for your next big event or building project with chain link fences, fence panels, and pedestrian barricades that are uniquely designed and built to be sturdy, safe, and attractive with easy installation and takedown. Event planners, show producers, contractors, request a free quote today and get ready to work with the temporary fence pros. Master Fence. Call 866-622-0822. 866-622-0822 or online, masterfencerental.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Sean from Elmwood Park in for Amy this morning, and coming up at 6:36, we're going to talk to Sam Fatzinger. She is the mother of 13 children. She and her husband and her 13 kids are living debt-free, sending the kids to college, and they still plan to retire early. How are they doing it? We're going to find out after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan and Sean, 70 outside this morning. Italy burying its dead as rescue workers pull more bodies from the rubble. Following Wednesday's massive earthquake, 267 have died. 400 others are being treated for injuries. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump trading accusations of racism. At a rally in Reno, Nevada, the Democratic presidential nominee accusing Trump running a campaign based on prejudice.
A lot of what he believes, we believe in.
That came after Trump called Clinton a bigot and accused her of seeing people of color only as potential votes. After that, Clinton released that campaign video with images of the Ku Klux Klan. The State Department has to release more Hillary Clinton emails beginning September 13. The FBI recently said it found thousands of new email from Clinton's time as Secretary of State. 2 Catholic nuns are dead in a stabbing in Mississippi. 2 nuns were found yesterday by a co-worker. Police are treating it as a robbery that escalated to murder. 2 are in stable condition following a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's south side. Illinois troopers say it happened last night while conducting a traffic stop near 77th and Vincennes. The Illinois Supreme Court has ruled a voter referendum seeking to change the system Illinois uses to draw political boundaries is unconstitutional, meaning it won't appear on the November ballot. And a week after a California judge threw cold water on a lawsuit claiming Starbucks defrauded customers by adding ice to its cold beverages, the company is asking for the dismissal of a similar claim here in Chicago. The Chicago lawsuit was filed in May, claims Starbucks underfills its iced coffees and teas, noting that the stated drink volumes ranging from 8 to 30 ounces include ice. Attorneys for Starbucks filed a dismissal motion late yesterday. White Sox over Seattle 7-6. Todd Frazier's RBI line drive in the 9th inning gave the Sox the win and the victory to David Robertson. The news service of Super 8 Hotels. When you're on the road, it's time to stop for the night. Count on Super 8 Hotels, where you'll always find a dependable room at a great rate. Plus, with over 2,000 locations across the country, odds are they're just down the road. So learn more at book today at super8.com. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
So what happens if Hillary Clinton wins? Dennis Prager explains.
There are people who are never Trump who don't engage the price paid if the Democrats win. Please understand, it is a permanently left-wing court if Hillary Clinton wins. Permanent. Many of you will be dead before the possibility of undoing it happens. Dead. Okay? Is that clear?
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
It is 6:36 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Let's get an update on the roads. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. 8094 westbound traffic is still jammed from Broadway to Klein Avenue. For now, just the right lane and right shoulder are blocked after a major overnight wreck. The ramp from northbound Klein to westbound 8094 remains closed as well. Traffic has eased on the Skyway after some earlier delays. The Indiana Toll Road is fine. The Edens runs 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 20. Kennedy, 27 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 23. The Eisenhower, 36 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33. Stevenson is 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 to Bishop Ford, much lighter than normal. Traffic, service of account temps. Business needs can change day to day. That's why at account temps, you can rely on their flexible staffing solutions. Provide temporary accounting and finance professionals whenever you need an extra hand. Call today or visit accounttemps.com. Accounttemps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Pleasant day ahead, clouds and sunshine, high of 81. Currently 69. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Our friend Sean from Elmwood Park joining us this morning on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Sean from Elmwood Park. The
Mike
proprietor
Scott likes me.
Proprietor of the Elmhurst Cigar House, the
Liberty Real Estate Services.
Yeah, and the most likely person to be the first syndicated caller in talk radio history. And Sean, this story, you have 2 daughters.
Yeah.
You and your wife have 2 daughters.
Yeah, and I'm reading it. I'm just in amazement at this woman.
This Washington Post profile on this family of 15, 15, mom, dad, 13 children, living in a well-to-do area of suburban D.C. in Prince George's County, Maryland. They have 13 children, live on the father's income, single income family.
What's he, a lobbyist?
No.
All right.
He's a software engineer. He has a job testing software.
Sure.
And it's Rob and Sam Fatzinger are the couple. Rob's income, this is from the Washington Post, never topped $50,000 until he was 40. He's now 51 and earns just north of $100,000 as a software tester. They are sending their kids to college. They are living debt-free, and they plan to retire early.
Send both of them to Congress.
I can't.
Are you out of your mind?
This is the presidential ticket right here.
Are you out of your mind? How do you do this? Get her on the phone.
I know.
Are you nuts?
We're happy to be joined by Sam Fatzinger. Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi.
Hi. Well, we appreciate you joining us. I mean, this is a story that's kind of gone viral because it is the epitome of the outlier, right? With a family as big as yours living within their means and figuring out how to do on a middle income household income to raise 13 kids, send them to college, not accrue debt, communicate with all of them, and plan on retiring early. So tell us how you do it.
Well, I have a fantastic husband who is amazing with numbers, and I grew up as the youngest of 9 on the budget and not getting everything I wanted. So when we got married and got pregnant on our honeymoon, we just never had any money. So we never got used to easy living and just always made do, always found ways to be a stay-at-home mom and use cloth diapers and buy things on sale and not go on fancy trips or buy brand new cars. It just always was the way we lived, and it's worked out. And now when the big kids are growing up and now doing great and they're budgeting and buying good deals, and it just makes us so proud that it actually is working.
Well, so the story of buying your home in 2000 that's profiled in this Washington Post piece. Tell us that story, because this is the biggest investment that most people are going to make. So how did you, on the salaries that we described, buy a home that can accommodate a family of 15?
Well, at the time, I had just had my 7th child. We both live in the town that we grew up in. We live in Bowie, Maryland, and if anyone's ever heard of a Levitt development, we have a wonderful housing development that we grew up in, and we always dreamed of having what they call a country club. It's one of the bigger houses that Levitt ever made. And every time we have another baby, we keep looking and seeing if we could ever afford one, and really could not. It wasn't even in our means. My husband's like, stop dreaming, just be happy with the house we have. And I said, okay. And we kept looking for foreclosures and deals like that. We saw one coming up in the neighborhood we wanted to buy, and really is total God thing. Just silly things happened. We couldn't find the foreclosure company. We were trying to sell our house. Little silly things. Our kids got sick. Our dishwasher, our washing machine broke. I had my nephew over helping me, and I was telling him how we wanted to buy this foreclosure house, and he said, you should call my sister, which is my niece. She works for this foreclosure company. Maybe she knows. And it was just, again, total God thing. We got the number, the company who owned the house. We begged them to please please let us get this house. And we really fought to get it. It was a long battle, but we got this great house in this great neighborhood. My mom always taught us to buy the worst house in the nicest neighborhood so you could get the best out of your buck. And we fixed it up little by little, and it was just been a blessing.
So this 5-bedroom house that you bought out of foreclosure, you later added 3 bedrooms, as you said, fixed it up little by little to accommodate your family as it was growing.
Yes.
$150,000, you put $50,000 down, and you saved interest by getting a 15-year mortgage. And this is how you can live. I mean, this is a classic example, I guess, of how you can live debt-free.
It was funny, a couple of years ago, my husband's like, I want to give you something. And I said, what? And he hands me this piece of paper. And I said, well, what is this? I don't understand all these numbers. And he said, I paid off our house. And I looked at him with just astounding. I was like, what do you mean you paid off our house? Because, again, growing up, that was a huge deal. Like my parents, we had a sign hanging on our wall, and when I grew up, it said, God bless our mortgaged home. And it just was, such a huge accomplishment. And all I could think of, you mean I've been using cloth diapers and buying food on sale and eating low cuts of meat all this time, and you were paying our house off? And I was just so proud of him. And I also was always taught to be very humble and modest about what you share with other people. But all I could think about at the time, I think we had just had our 12th child, was people need to know that this can happen, because so many people tell me, oh, we can't afford to have another kid, or I can't afford to be a stay-at-home mom. And all I could think of is, wow, hon, you did it. Look what you did. Like, I wanted to tell the whole world that, yes, it can be done. I mean, it's struggling. It's hard. There's a lot of faith. You just have to trust that God's going to provide. And that's what I think a lot of people who read the Washington Post article don't realize. It was a total God thing. I mean, the woman who wrote the article did a fantastic job, but really there's just things you just have to go on a leap of faith and know that it's all going to be okay. And I was just so proud of my husband, and it was such a huge blessing to our family to be like, wow, look what Dad did, and what a good example to our kids. But, yeah, you might want to have that fancy phone or that nice car or those cool sneakers. But look, if you save your money and you put it aside, you'll be able to, graduate debt-free like your big sister, or one day be able to pay your house off like Dad did, just because he was diligent. He, watched what he spent, and he was really good about, making sure we saved money. So I have noticed for the older kids, and I sure hope my younger kids are the same, that they'll learn from his example and will grow up to be good citizens who, buy within their means.
Well, Sam Fatzinger, it's an unbelievable story. Hopefully it will be something that pushes our culture in the Fatzinger family direction, as opposed to living beyond your means direction that we seem to be going, both personally and with our government. The Fatzinger family, Rob and Sam Fatzinger of 15. This story in the Washington Post, which we'll post on Facebook and tweet out and all that. Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on what you've accomplished and the model you're providing and the discussion you've generated across the nation, and continued success and blessings to your family.
Thanks so much. God bless you guys.
Appreciate you joining us. And Sam Fatzinger joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You've never heard...
I'm amazed at the story where the husband said, listen, just be happy with what you have. And then she said, okay. And then right from there, that's where I stopped.
That's not your experience.
Oh, I'll tell you what, she's one of a kind, baby. Anyway, today, I'm kidding, honey. I'm kidding. She doesn't listen anyway. Pleasant with intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 81, mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late. Low 67. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a couple of heavy thunderstorms. Mainly lighter. More humid. High 81. Low tomorrow. Night 68. Now to Jim Telemonte, who sounds like he could be from my neighborhood. Jim Telemonte.
Thank you. Good morning, Sean. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Still big delays on 8094 westbound. Traffic is jammed from I-65 to Klein Avenue. 2 right lanes remain blocked after a major overnight wreck. The ramp from southbound Klein is open, but the northbound ramp to westbound 8094, that's still shut down. Edens, 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Kennedy, 30 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. The Eisenhower is a 35-minute drive from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33. The Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. A little slow on the eastbound Reagan Tollway from 31 to just past the Fox River Bridge. There was some debris, it just been cleared out of the way. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I'm Keith Peters in for Lou Dobbs. Fed Chair Janet Yellen speaks today. We get the latest data on the GDP. Those stories and more next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993 or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
While there's been a hawkish tone in interest rates from some key Fed policymakers in recent days, investors are hoping for clarity when Fed Chair Janet Yellen speaks today in Wyoming. Also possibly moving the market today will be the latest GDP data when it's released this morning. The U.S. is criticizing European investigations into sweet tax deals Apple and other multinational companies have with Ireland and other countries. Apple and other companies are storing billions of dollars overseas to avoid high U.S. tax rates. In response to the historic flooding in their state, business and economic development groups have launched the Louisiana Small Business Rebirth Fund. To receive grants from the fund, a business must be located in the 20 parishes included in the Federal Disaster Declaration. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Keith Peters for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, and in for Amy this morning, Sean from Elmwood Park. And, boy, I didn't know that Justice John Roberts was also the Supreme Court Justice presiding over the Illinois State Supreme Court. Actually, it's worse than that. In a 4-3 opinion yesterday, the Illinois Supreme Court blocked the redistricting reform amendment from appearing on the November ballot. The 4-3 opinion, and by the way, 4-3 is the makeup of the state Supreme Court, 4 Democrats, 3 Republicans. The 4-3 majority opinion was written by Democrat Justice Thomas Kilbride, and it was decided on party lines. I just want to make a point about Thomas Kilbride before we get into the substance of the issue. Kilbride was up for retention in 2010. Supreme Court terms are 10 years in Illinois. He was endorsed by Jim Thompson. Jim Edgar, former Republican governor, refused to get involved. This is a Democrat sitting Supreme Court justice. He made a deal with Edgar refused to get involved because of a deal he made with Ann Burke, who's another Supreme Court justice, wife of Ed Burke, Democrat. And House Speaker Mike Madigan spent $2.5 million to retain Justice Kilbride on the Supreme Court. So I just want you to factor that in terms of informing Kilbride's opinion, since it was Madigan's attorneys that brought the challenge to the ballot initiative. And I know Kilbride, very much like Hillary Clinton, would never let anything influence his jurisprudence. But I just thought those background facts were somewhat interesting. Bob Thomas, not just a great kicker for the Bears, also Supreme Court justice, and a pretty good one, wrote the dissent, writing, among other things, the Illinois Constitution is meant to prevent tyranny, not enshrine it. Concluding in his dissent, today a muzzle has been placed on the people of this state and their voices supplanted with judicial fiat. The whimper you hear is democracy stifled. I join that muted chorus of dissent. For more on this, we're now joined by Dennis Fitzsimmons, he of the Independent Map Initiative. Dennis, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
And so your reaction to the decision and, in particular, perhaps to Justice Thomas's dissent?
Well, you hit it on the head. This was a deeply divided court. It was 4-3, and, but the real losers here are the voters of Illinois who don't get a chance to vote on this amendment in November. And clearly, all the polling showed, and certainly all the focus groups that we've done showed that people wanted an opportunity to vote on this.
Why is this issue so important, this redistricting reform, which is somewhat of an esoteric issue? Why is it important for our democracy, as Bob Thomas said? Why are people so interested to weigh in on this?
Well, it's really important because right now, the way the maps are drawn, more than 60% of the state legislative races are uncontested, only one candidate. So people clearly are not happy with what's going on in Illinois these days, but then they go to the polls and they only have one candidate to vote for. So it's really created a lot of cynicism among the electorate. Turnout is low. People don't think their votes count. This amendment would have established an independent commission to draw the maps in a fair, and impartial manner, and in a very public manner. Right now, these maps are drawn in back rooms, and they're drawn for partisan advantage. And the result is legislators are more beholden to the leaders of their party as opposed to the constituents in their district. So that's what we were trying to solve. The current system is broken. It was designed by the drafters of the Constitution to try to, just ensure bipartisan compromise, but it hasn't worked. A name is drawn out of a hat, and then if it's a Democrat, that party controls the process. And in 2011, they did such a good job, it happens every 10 years, in 2001, that the Democrats had supermajorities in both parties, plus the governorship, so they were able to, through the legislature, pass the map, and there was no veto. So it's a system that either side would try to manipulate if they could. Right now it just happens to be the Democrats, and they've raised map drawing to an art form.
Well, Dennis, I have a question for you. I'm a victim of this. I live in a district where my little area, my neighborhood is nipped out, and Luis Gutierrez is my representative, the leader of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party. So what's the next step? What else can be done? Obviously now law is being used to protect the corrupt, not us against the corrupted. So what do we do now?
Well, so this decision just came out around 6 o'clock last night. Our lawyers have had a chance to review it. Our board of directors will discuss this and determine if it makes sense to petition for rehearing to still try to get on this amendment. When you read the majority opinion written by Justice Kilbride, as you said, and then the dissenting opinion by Judge Carmeier, in addition to Judge Thomas's dissenting opinion that you covered, you think you're in two different universes. So we just need to look at this, determine if there is a shot, and if it's worth it to go forward on this quest, because we've had thousands of volunteers that have gone out and gathered 563,000 petition signatures, a lot of expense, a lot of legal expense, and we don't even know who's financing the other side of this court battle. The People's Map, the alleged plaintiffs in this matter, have not released one contribution or one expenditure. So I guess you have to draw your own conclusions where the financing is coming from.
He is Dennis Fitzsimmons of the...
It's Fitzsimons, Dan.
I'm sorry. Dennis Fitzsimons, the Independent Map Initiative. You can go to mapamendment.org to find out more information about this and to follow the next steps that Dennis and his colleagues take in advance of this reform initiative. Dennis, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
We'll keep trying, Dan. Thanks for having me on. Bye.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, you've heard me talking about my good friends at Guardian Security Services for a few months now. And if you haven't called them yet, what are you waiting for? If you're unhappy with your door staff or on-site security officers at your gated community or residential high-rise, man, don't tolerate it. And certainly don't renew your contract for 2017. Instead, get a quote from Guardian Security Services. I put my name behind these guys because I love them and I really trust them. They only assign the most professional, highly trained door staff and security officers in all of Chicagoland. Schedule a free security assessment with my friends at Guardian Security Services. Get a contract quote for next year. Right now, call 708-385-3300. That's 708-385-3300. Tell them me, Joe Walsh, sent you. Or go online at GuardianSecurityInc.com.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. A hospital crumbling to the ground in an aftershock to the quake that's killed more than 260 people in central Italy. Survivors and rescue crews enduring hundreds of aftershocks. Fox Radio's Courtney Walsh is live in Amatrice.
An aftershock, Lisa, of magnitude 4.8 shook this town at 6 o'clock this morning, bringing down what was left of the buildings. The hospital, evacuated and partially destroyed, completely collapsed. Over 100 died in this tourist hamlet after Wednesday's quake. Several dozen remain under collapsed buildings. Authorities have promised that excavations will continue despite the aftershocks that make it particular.
Well, thanks, Courtney. They are still not giving up hope of finding possibly more survivors. A robed Klansman supporting Donald Trump, part of a new online video from Hillary Clinton's campaign, as she accuses his campaign of spreading prejudice and paranoia.
He is taking hate groups mainstream and helping a radical fringe take over the Republican Party.
At a rally in Reno, also suggesting a link between Trump's rhetoric and a rise in bullying.
Parents and teachers are already worrying about what they call the Trump effect.
Trump says Clinton is just trying to distract voters.
So what does she do when she can't defend her record?
This at a New Hampshire rally.
She lies, and she smears, and she paints decent Americans, as racist.
He holds a roundtable later today with Hispanic leaders in Vegas. 2 nuns murdered in rural Mississippi.
They were sweet, very loving person, easy to get along with. They didn't bother nobody.
She lives next door in the small community of Durant. The nuns were found dead when they didn't show up for work at a medical clinic. Their car was stolen and later found, but no suspects. Fair and balanced.
Skies are mostly cloudy with 70 degrees. WIND Chicago. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. No one hurt after shots were fired on I-57 near Madison. State police say a vehicle was struck by the gunfire. It happened early this morning between Route 30 and Vollmer Road. The northbound lanes shut down for several hours while authorities investigated. Shell casings were found at the scene. Two are in stable condition following a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's south side. Authorities say Illinois troopers were conducting a traffic stop last night near 77th and Vincennes when a taxi driver pulled up and told them he was being robbed. Troopers then confronted an armed person in the backseat of that cab. Shots were fired. 2 suspects were wounded. No one in custody now following a possible arson fire this week on Chicago's south side that killed 4. Police say a person of interest who had been questioned was released yesterday without charges. Federal judge rules that a suburban Chicago terrorism suspect is not mentally fit to stand trial on charges he placed what he believed to be a bomb outside a bar. The U.S. District Judge saying yesterday she has concluded that 22-year-old Adel Daoud is sincere in his belief that aliens, the Illuminati, and Freemasons are conspiring against him. Mayor Emanuel's administration is laying out his proposed plans for revamping the way the city investigates police misconduct. Mayor's top aides quoted a group of prospective aldermen, including John Arena.
There are changes to
relating to various aspects of
changes to
the Hillary Clinton campaign and some other institutions.
The problem is we don't
publicity
know
as a result
all of the
of our
specifics.
DNC
Proposal includes
publications,
creating a
which
new,
caused
more
the top
powerful
5
investigative agency that
Democratic
replaces
officials in the Democratic
IPRA.
Party to resign.
White
including
Sox over
President
Seattle
Debbie
7-6. David
has
Robertson
led,
the win, the game winner
to
from
other
Todd
sources,
Frazier. The news
being
service of
encouraged,
Super 8
and so they
hotels.
step forward,
When you're on the
and
road,
hopefully that
it's time to
process
stop
will
for the
continue,
night.
as
Count
we
on
continue to
Super 8
publish, and we
hotels, where you'll always find a dependable
We
room
have
at a great rate.
quite a lot of
Plus,
material
with
in
over
relation to the
2,000
election,
locations
thousands,
across the
of
country,
pages,
odds are they're just down the road. So
relating
learn
to
more and book today
various
at
aspects
super8.com.
of the
7:04 and a
Hillary
check of
Clinton
traffic and weather
campaign
on the
and
way
some
next on
other
AM
institutions.
560.
Hi,
The
I'm Tom
publicity
Sadeka,
as a result
President
of
and
our
CEO of Precision
DNC
Payroll of
publications,
America.
which
We're the
caused the
33-year-old
top
company whose
5
first employee
Democratic
and first
officials
client are
in the
still
Democratic
working
Party
together.
to resign,
We have so
including
many
President
wonderful
Debbie
clients,
Wasserman-Schultz,
but with me
has
today
led
is someone very special.
to other sources.
Hi, I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning
being
Point
encouraged,
USA. We are a
and so they
nonprofit
step
student
forward,
organization
and
battling the
hopefully that
bias and
process will continue
indoctrination in America's
as we
high schools
continue
and
to publish,
colleges
and we
every
can
day.
see a
We are
kind
on
of
over
cascade of
1,000
information.
campuses and continue to
Hopefully
grow.
also
Precision Payroll has been there since day one
coming out
and has
about
helped us
the
immensely as
Republican
we grew to a
campaign,
truly national
and then
organization.
Americans
No one
and
in
others
business
can
is
be
better
better
than
informed
Precision Payroll.
about who
Thank you,
new
Tom.
power figures
Thank you, Charlie.
are going to be
What
in
you're
the U.S.
doing
politics.
is so important. To learn more and help, go to tpusa.com. That's tpusa.com.
And for your business, let Precision Payroll make a difference for you. Call Tom at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or online at precisionpayroll.com.
Thank you, Charlie.
Not available in all states.
Whoa, what do you have there?
It's a Reese & Irvy's frozen yogurt. We just had our robot make one.
A robot made your frozen yogurt?
Yes, the world's first fully interactive robot vending machine that serves 9 flavors of delicious yogurt with 6 amazing toppings. And it's available for an exclusive franchise opportunity.
How do I get my own Reese & Irvy's robots?
It's easy, but you better act now. Locations and machines are going fast. Just go to froyofranchising.com. That's froyofranchising.com. Check it out now, froyofranchising.com.
It's National Make-A-Will Month at LegalZoom.com, so it's time to take care of your will or trust. LegalZoom makes it easy. They're not a law firm, so there's no office visits or paying expensive hourly rates. Instead, you could save over $100 with LegalZoom's will or trust estate plan bundles. And if you don't know whether a will or trust is right for you, don't worry. You'll work with an independent attorney available in 48 states to get advice on what you need. Do the right thing this month at LegalZoom.com. LegalZoom.com.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads. Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. 8094 westbound traffic remains jammed from I-65 to Klein Avenue, where one right lane remains blocked after a major overnight crash. Eden's Expressway inbound delays start at Foster. 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. About Kennedy, 30 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. The Eisenhower is 38 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 34. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37. Ryan is 25 minutes from 95th to the Loop. Tri-State northbound heavy, Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Eastbound Adams Tollway, a bit sluggish, Bartlett to Barrington. Reagan Tollway, a little slow approaching Eola. Veterans Memorial, delays are fairly mild, but it's slow from Maple to the Reagan Tollway, Roosevelt to St. Charles, and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Clouds and sun today with a high 81. Couple of late-night thunderstorms tonight with a low 67. Then tomorrow, a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm mainly later in the day, which could bring damaging wind gusts, even an isolated tornado. High tomorrow getting up to 81. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
It is 69 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
These are racist ideas, race-baiting ideas, anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, anti-women, all key tenets making up the emerging racist ideology known as the alt-right.
When democratic policies fail, they are left with only this one tired argument. You're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They keep saying it. You're racist.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And in for Amy this morning is the also lovely and talented Sean from Elmwood Park. Sean, we were talking about the issue of Mylan and the EpiPen price earlier. And one thing we didn't mention, which we should, in terms of how government manufactures a disaster, then misapplies the wrong remedies, as Groucho Marx famously said. It's a paraphrase, but it's about the gist of it. Obamacare plays a role here. And it would be fascinating to hear Miss Bresch, the CEO of the Mylan Company, Heather
Can't you
Bresch.
just say Manchin's daughter?
Well, who's Joe Manchin's daughter, a Democrat senator from West Virginia. Be fascinating for her to explain part of the problem with the EpiPen price, and part of the problem is not about monopolistic behavior. It is not about even FDA gatekeeping competitors. It's about Obamacare. Obamacare mandated EpiPens in public schools. And it pays below market price for the EpiPens that are provided by Mylan.
So the break has to be offset on the people, kind of like TARP and quantitative easing and rescue and Obama.
Well, and Medicaid and Medicare. I mean, in terms of like, we're going to reimburse at lower than market rate. And therefore, those who are paying full freight, those on the retail side, are going to have to make up the difference. So the Obamacare component of this discussion, since now everybody on both sides is calling for congressional inquiries and responses from the drug company and so forth. The Obamacare component of the discussion, I think, would be a fascinating piece of it as well. And I'd love the CEO of Mylan, Joe Manchin's daughter, to weigh in on it. To weigh in on that and the full range of issues, we're now happy to be joined again by our friend Bret Baier. He is, of course, the host of Special Report on Fox News Channel, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday through Friday. Bret, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
So where does this inquiry into Mylan and the EpiPen price go? Are we having like a Martin Shkreli redux here?
I do think it goes to Capitol Hill, and eventually there'll be hearings on it. But I think you're hitting on something that's a big part of it. I mean, these prices have been going up for a long time. And, lawmakers could have reacted dramatically at any point, when they were up 100%, 200%. Well, they got up to 500%. And I think you're right in part that, the mandate for the schools factors into this, and people start doing the math, and it's coming from somewhere.
And so we're going to see more hearings on this and more pontificating. And speaking of pontificating, I got a bit of a media question for you. Very interesting exchange between Megyn Kelly, your colleague, and Jorge Ramos from Univision. Jorge Ramos appearing on Megyn Kelly's show to discuss this op-ed he wrote where he said that the D.C. press corps must dispense with their neutrality that the need to stop Donald Trump and his the crimes he has committed, all of the isms, supersedes any role as an objective or neutral journalist. Megyn Kelly provided some pushback, but I wanted to get your reaction to what Jorge Ramos proposed.
Listen, I understand in part what Ramos is saying. If someone says something egregious, that they have to be pushed back on it. However, it is in part in the eye of the beholder, and the journalist has a role to stay neutral and to provide both sides. The whole "we report, you decide" thing.
Right.
And so once you get into being an advocate, you can do that. Of course you can. But you should be on the opinion pages. You should be on Sean Hannity's show. You should be on Rachel Maddow's show. You should not, portray yourself as straight news. And I think that, it's a fine line. And Ramos is saying that, Donald Trump for him is the line he wants to cross.
Yeah, I mean, he used the phrase social responsibility to cross that line. And, I mean, part of this may be much ado about not too much because, I mean, the idea of many in the D.C. press corps dispensing with the pretense of neutrality, it's kind of past post in some quarters, isn't it?
I mean, listen, there are many examples of how it's gone off the rails. And, the New York Times had a column. Jim Rutenberg said you should throw neutrality out the window, much like Jorge Ramos. So, I think there is something to Donald Trump's criticism about not getting a fair shake in the media. I will say he has provided them plenty of fodder to be able to jump on.
Speaking of Trump and Hillary, it's been kind of an interesting tangent we've gone on since Trump has elevated the issue of the condition of our urban centers and particularly the success or lack thereof of minority families that live in those urban centers. This started a couple of weeks ago after the unrest in Milwaukee after that police-involved shooting, and it's gone on for a couple of weeks now. And now Hillary Clinton, because Donald Trump has raised the B word, bigot, she responded yesterday with kind of a wide-ranging indictment of Trump as part of a conspiracy of conspiracy theorists. How do you read the reaction of Hillary Clinton to what Trump has been doing the last 2 weeks in the speech that she gave yesterday? Is it concern about Trump cutting into not really the city so much, but perhaps white suburbanites by recasting himself? Or is this just the kind of conventional Hillary Clinton playbook?
Well, I think that this was in the playbook for a long time. And once Steve Bannon took over as campaign CEO for Trump, I think that the Clinton camp saw that as an opening to kind of go down this road. The Hillary Clinton is a bigot line, I'm pretty sure was a pre-buttal the night before by Donald Trump to get in the news cycle for what we knew was going to be a speech about the alternative right, the alt-right. I think, Hillary Clinton, the speech itself was delivered pretty well in a different tone than she usually does, in a very measured tone. And this was a speech more about attracting disaffected Republicans than it was about firing up her base. This is about, the scary Donald Trump that she portrays in order to get Republicans to either stay home or, full on not go after him and vote for somebody else.
Brett, this is Sean. I wanted to take your call when I saw your name. I'm a big fan. It was Prof that was monologuing in Major Holt, so don't be mad at me. Okay, so I've got a couple of questions for you. First of all, I mean, it looks like one big misdirection play to me, and I'm curious to know what you think. And then I want to know, is it a 56 degree around the green, or do you like the 60? Because I know you're a scratch, and we're both little teapots. I want to make sure if I'm doing the right club.
Well, first of all, second question first. I'm a big 60 fan.
Oh,
I'm a big 60-degree guy. I like the additional spin. Okay. But on the first question, I agree that there is some element to that because this has been a really bad week for Hillary Clinton. The email story really took hold and started to grow roots in the mainstream media. And, we've been breaking stuff all the time, but to see it on the front page of the New York Times and the Washington Post, that had to be a little jarring for the Clinton folks. And so this was an effort to turn the page, I think. Just to review, yesterday we find out that not only did Hillary Clinton erase those emails on the server, she used a thing called bleach it, which is a technical thing that the lawyers brought in to essentially shred the server and prevent anybody from finding deleted traces of emails. You wonder how the FBI didn't get to intent to cover up, because you don't usually do that for yoga emails and marriage, plans, wedding planning emails. But there are a lot of developments on the email thing that, kind of get pushed on the back burner in the mainstream media after that speech yesterday.
Well, and, there's been so much talk about the competence of the Trump campaign and of Trump as a candidate himself over the course of the last several weeks. Well, really the entire cycle, but certainly in the couple of weeks since the first couple of weeks post-convention. But then you have Hillary Clinton with all the foundation scrutiny and the stories, as you say, finally bleeding over into the old media and the Eastern Seaboard. And then they're kind of retrenching their position on the Clinton Foundation. First, they're going to, Bill and Chelsea are going to come off the board if she's elected. Then they say, well, Chelsea's not going to come off the board. They're not going to accept contributions from corporations in foreign countries. And then you have a Clinton Foundation spokesman say, well, we're not going to accept a very, very small portion of our work that has to do with economic development and climate change. So they can't seem to get their story straight internally either.
No. And, the ethicists who look at this say, how do you say, if she's elected, we'll stop doing this or I'll step off the board? I mean, if it's not good then why was it good when she was Secretary of State?
Right.
And so there's all kinds of questions. And the fact that they went back to say, you know what? No, Chelsea's going to stay on the board, and the health initiative is still going to accept foreign donations. I mean, you're talking about a charity, and while it does do good things around the world, it also provides a vehicle by which Bill Clinton has made millions and millions of dollars in speaking fees, and tangentially to foreign governments and foreign entities expressing their thanks to the Clintons through the foundation. You can't do that in an election funding, and I think there are real questions around the foundation that she still has yet to answer.
All right, he's got the best flop shot in the business. He's Brett Baer, host of Special Report on Fox News Channel, 5 p.m. Central Time, Chicago time, Monday to Friday. Brett, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Have a good weekend.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Today, pleasant with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 81.
From the Amish texter, listening to Sean from Elmwood Park do weather is like John Coleman on acid.
Yeah, Amish is your break on the cigars. It's over with, okay, Chubby? You're done. Tonight or tomorrow, mostly cloudy. A couple of heavy thunderstorms, mainly later. Yeah, More humid, high 81. Low tomorrow night of 68. Now let's go to Jim Telemonte. I love the name. Do you know Frank Amonte, a little bit of an eating problem? Go ahead.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning. No, great to hear you. Good morning, Dan. Avoid westbound 8094 still jammed from around Broadway and Gary to Klein Avenue. One right lane remains blocked. There was a major overnight wreck there, and the ramp from northbound Klein to westbound 8094 is still closed. Elsewhere, things aren't too bad. The Edens, 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. Kennedy, 30 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 28. The Eisenhowers, 36 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. The Ryan is 25 minutes from 95th to downtown. Tollways have delays, but nothing too bad. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
What I care about is MyPillow. And guess what? If you haven't bought one yet, you are in luck. For August only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second one free, but you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere My Pillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere My Pillows for the price of 1. It's the best offer ever, and nearly every AM 560 host endorses My Pillow because it is the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the icky stuff that causes allergies, acne, and asthma. So it's healthy, and you'll sleep better. So visit MyPillow.com, click the radio listener special tab, and use the promo code Amy. You will get 2 premium My Pillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows for the price of 1, or you can call 800-489-0201, mention the radio listener special, and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201.
It's panic time. The boss just asked you when that new building will be completed, and you haven't even started yet. Well, don't panic. Call the name you know, General Steel. You've known General Steel for decades, and you know they'll save you about half the cost and about half the time of conventional construction. But did you know that General Steel has provided buildings for some of the biggest names in business and government? And did you know the General can provide pre-construction planning services for your total project? And I'll bet you didn't know you can get General Steel quality and save thousands. For example, a 40-foot by 60-foot building for under $22,000, or a 50 by 100 for under $35,000. That's right, 5,000 square feet for under $35,000. And all with General Steel's 50-year structural warranty. So don't panic. Call now and lock in some of the lowest prices this year. 866-96-STEEL. Call 866-96-STEEL today. Quick, the boss is coming. That's 866-967-8335.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Want to see what you'd look like if you had a flatter belly? Now's your chance, because for a limited time, we're giving away free trials of Somabiotics, the new discovery that flattens bloated bellies fast. But hurry and call now while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-664-4002. Strict limit of 1 free trial per household. These free trials are reserved for anyone, male or female, who's looking for maximum belly flattening in minimum time. Somabiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Want to see what you'd look like with a flatter belly? Now's your chance. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving these trials of Somabiotics away for free. 1-800-664-4002. That's 1-800-664-4002. If lines are busy, try again. 1-800-664-4002.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down, my blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, and then for Amy, Sean from Elmwood Park. And Sean, we were talking to Brett Baer, and he mentioned the millions and millions of dollars that Clinton Inc. have made in speaking fees and associated opportunities as a result of the Clinton Foundation. And that's, of course, all true, in addition to using the donations of foreign governments and big corporations and big media to live a lavish lifestyle, $50 million in travel in 2013. Yet here's what Hillary Clinton told Anderson Cooper.
And it's important to remember, Anderson, the foundation is a charity. Neither my husband nor I have ever drawn a salary from it.
Right. The classic Clintonian parsing, the classic Clintonian disingenuousness, the idea that we don't have a formal salary, so we're altruists, don't you know?
It's a front. It's an absolute front. It's the same reason that all organizations have businesses that wash money. Just pick up a movie about Blow or anything else. It's always about washing the money, cleaning the money, and someone has to produce a speech worth $300,000 and $500,000. And we just say it, and it goes away. But it was killing me not to ask Brett Baer, how does a guy with plastic hair and red shoes have his finger on the pulse of America like Frank Lutz? But I restrained myself because this is a serious adult program.
That's
it's the
right.
morning show.
That's right, and you're going to be uninvited from any future Frank Luntz
to me all the
focus group.
time, sure.
Mark in Plainfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I want to first say hello to Sean from Elmwood Park. With your blossoming radio career, I was wondering if you might need an official parody songwriter. I'm the caller that's parodied Stephen Stills' Love the One You're With to be vote for Donald Trump. I've also parodied Metallica's Am I Evil to be impeach Obama. Yes, we can.
All right.
Listen, Mark, if I don't get dragged out of here by 9, call Mr. Producer. He'll fix it for you.
All right, you're too busy. You two done plugging your businesses.
All right,
Let's
go ahead.
Mark.
All right, let me get to my point. Jorge Ramos is a bit hypocritical because look at all the unethical lines Hillary Clinton has crossed.
Every Democrat is hypocritical. The entire philosophy thrives. It's the lifeblood of socialism and what we've turned into. It's all hypocritical. I'm going to implement racism to end it. You should start there.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Raquel in Bolingbrook.
Hi, Sean. Hi, Dan.
Hello.
I was first, Dan. See, everyone knows I'm first. I'm Magnum. You're TC. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that Hillary has a slight point. One of the things that I noticed was, which made me hesitate in supporting Trump or voting for Trump, was I noticed that all of these, what they consider paleo-conservatives, and that's what Hillary's calling the alt-right, were coming forward, and there is a racial component to those people. But the problem is that it was Barack Obama, his presidency, that started, that made these people come to the surface. With all the racial divisiveness, we have all of these disaffected, as I heard yesterday, European Americans who feel like they've been left out of the conversation.
Raquel, stop being distracted by reality.
The other side of it is that what Trump needs to do is he needs to bring out some of the things that Hillary has said and done that were racist. Perhaps Hillary should be, in quotes, brought to heel because she is
right.
So this is exactly where we are now, and Trump needs to keep digging on Hillary. She is a bigot. She is not for the racial equality that she claims she's for. But again, like I said, these paleo conservatives are the alt-right. There is a racial component, a bigoted component with some of these people. I know I'm probably going to get slammed, but that's how I feel.
Thanks for the call, Raquel. Well, there certainly is with some of the cranks. I wouldn't necessarily call them paleocons. I would call them what they are, cranks, racists. It's fine. They don't have to be part of the conversation. They don't have to be part of the Republican Party. I don't want them either.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
We're back on the radio and getting bigger than ever.
We're the #1 Lincoln dealer in town.
And Chicagoland's first ever Ford Lincoln Superstore, too.
Folks like our great deals, for sure.
Just yesterday, I got attacked by the paparazzi.
Really?
But I think the groupies are the worst.
Groupies?
All the Highland Park groupies we have.
Sure. Right, Al.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Well, I have groupies.
A rich fantasy life is important.
This is Al and Marty. Deal with us.
Craig and Leslie Bolanos here. At Wealth Management Group, we take a full planning approach to your future, so you'll always know where you're headed. It all comes down to this. People are afraid of running out of money or losing money, so we put your plan together with a purpose. The markets will always be a little unpredictable, but how you ride out the highs and lows will make all the difference.
Don't venture out alone. Take a partner. Get to know us at investwithwmg.com and listen to us on In the Know Sunday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to do what I did and call David Hochberg. Carol called to consolidate her mortgage, credit card debt, and student loans because her husband, Sam, listens to David's show. Carol and Sam lived on credit cards to feed their family over expenses when Sam lost his job. Sound familiar? Well, David informed Carol consolidating her debt into a 15-year fixed loan would reduce her payment over $1,000 a month. Wow. Carol talked it over with Sam, and this is the direct quote. If David said to do it, then let's do it. Needless to say, David is helping Carol and Sam recalibrate their debt and save over $12,000 a year. Now, if you've accumulated debt because of a job loss and you'd like David's help recalibrating your debt, then give him a call right now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you, but you have to call him first. So pick up the phone and dial 312-751-1333 or visit www.am560david.com. Pro Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 RMLA NMLS 19186.
AM 560, The Answer.
Governor Rauner calls the Supreme Court ruling, the Illinois Supreme Court ruling on the REMAP Amendment ballot initiative an affront to democracy. We'll get the lay of the land at the state level from Charles Thomas, ABC 7 News political reporter at 7:37. Now let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan and Sean, good morning. Right now we have 70 degrees and clouds and sunshine. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump trading some verbal punches over race and racism. A new Clinton campaign ad portrays Trump as a candidate of racists and neo-Nazis.
I am a farmer and white nationalist. Support Donald Trump.
Sending out all the illegals, building a wall, and a moratorium on Islamic immigration.
Trump got out in front of that attack ad with a preemptive strike in an earlier speech in New Hampshire, predicting Clinton would try to pin the racist label on him. Kurdish militants have attacked a police checkpoint in southeast Turkey with an explosives-laden truck. 11 police officers are dead, 78 others injured. Mississippi officials investigating the murders of 2 Catholic nuns stabbed to death in their home. They were found early this morning after a coworker went to check on them when they didn't show up to their jobs at a medical clinic. The death toll from the earthquake in Italy is 267. Apple iPhone users, pay attention. There is a latest security update that you need. Apple found a previously unknown security flaw that can give hackers complete access to a targeted iPhone. Apple released a security patch yesterday that fixes that vulnerability. SpaceX Dragon capsule is on its way back to Earth. With a load of science experiments and gear, it is expected to splash down in the Pacific, just off Mexico's Baja California coast later today. No one hurt after shots were fired on I-57 in South Suburban Madison. State police say the vehicle was struck by gunfire early this morning on the expressway between Route 30 and Vollmer Road. 2 are in stable condition following a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's South Side. Authorities say troopers were conducting a traffic stop near 77th and Vincennes when a taxi pulled up and told them he was being robbed. Troopers did confront an armed suspect in the back seat of that cab, and shots were fired. 2 suspects were wounded and sent to the hospital. And a D.C. judge has ruled that White House fence jumping is not free speech. Lawyers for Joseph Caputo of Connecticut argued their client hopped over the fence last Thanksgiving to call attention to various deficiencies in the Constitution. But the judge said no thanks, adding that fence jumping is a serious and dangerous act that puts the own defendant's life at risk. Caputo will stand trial next month. White Sox over Seattle 7-6. The news service of Accountemps. Business needs can change day to day. That's why at Accountemps you can rely on flexible staffing solutions to to provide temporary accounting and finance professionals whenever you need an extra hand. Call today or visit accountemps.com. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager tries to explain the consequences of a Hillary win.
I am now convinced that most of those who are in the Never Trump camp, that they have the same understanding that I do. Now, my understanding may be in error and theirs may be accurate. I don't think they understand the calamity of the Democratic presidential win in November.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
In our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center this morning, here's Jim.
Like 8094 westbound stop-and-go Chase decline, where an overnight wreck has finally cleared entirely. The Edens is just 21 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound, it's 27. The Kennedy, looking at 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, it's 28 minutes. Inbound Eisenhower, 46 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound, it's 39 minutes. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound just 35, and the Ryan 22 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Tollways are lighter than normal. Traffic service of Super 8 Hotels. When you're on the road and it's time to stop for the night, count on Super 8 Hotels. You'll always find a dependable room at a great rate. Plus, with over 2,000 locations across the country, odds are they're just down the road. So learn more and book today at super8.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. A pleasant day ahead. Clouds and sunshine and a high of 81. 68 degrees at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy and our friend Sean from Elmwood Park continues to join us on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by 1 Hour, together with Mike Rowe, encouraging you to choose licensed technicians to service your home. Call 1 Hour today, 855-1-HOUR.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan. And in for Amy this morning is entrepreneur capitalist extraordinaire Sean from Elmwood Park.
I don't have the legs, but I'm filling in, baby.
You are. And last night, the Illinois State Supreme Court ruled in a 4-3 decision along partisan lines, because that's the composition of the Illinois State Supreme Court, 4-3 Democrat, that the remap amendment ballot question shall not be on the November ballot. We talked to Dennis Fitzsimons, who's with the Independent Map Project. They gathered north of 560,000 signatures from Illinoisans who ostensibly have some interest in supporting a change in how we do the districting process. So as the cliche goes, politicians don't pick their voters, voters pick their politicians. They also altered it from the last effort along these lines that the Supreme Court rejected. They thought they would pass constitutional muster, but that they ran into Tom Kilbride. And I mentioned this when we talked to Dennis Fitzsimons, but I want to mention it again because, as a great man once said, Illinois isn't broken, it's fixed.
Who was that great man?
That was me.
Oh.
And Thomas Kilbride, who was retained, the judges face a retention vote every 10 years. He was retained in 2010. He was supported by former, quote-unquote, Republican Governor Jim Thompson. Former, quote-unquote, Republican Governor Jim Edgar stayed out of the race, didn't oppose the Kilbride retention because he was in bed with Ann Burke, figuratively speaking, who's also Supreme Court Justice, state Supreme Court Justice.
Is that the guy with the watch with the Rolex and the green face? That's his wife?
Correct, yeah.
Oh,
and
he's got his own alley.
The Carnation.
Yeah, I
He's
like
the,
that guy.
He's got the guy with the Lincoln Town Car idling outside Union League Club with the security detail.
And when he's at the Viagra Triangle, drinks are on the house.
And Thomas Kilbride, who wrote the majority opinion for the Democrats, was supported by Mike Madigan as a retention vote, $2.5 million in campaign financing for Kilbride from Mike Madigan in 2010. And the opposition to the remap ballot question even being put on the ballot for voter consideration and action is led by Mike Madigan and his lawyer.
Get out.
So, that's connecting the dots. So maybe I'm just another part of the vast right-wing conspiracy, and this is all very innocent. For more on this and other state and local matters, we're happy to be joined by Charles Thomas, ABC 7 Chicago political reporter.
Charles.
Hey, Charles, how you doing?
Water's fine. I don't know if I should get involved in this show, man. You guys seem to be connecting too many dots.
Well, I know, and we're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to pretend that this is a state of happy coincidences,
dots, man.
right?
That's the way you do it in the People's Republic of Illinois. You don't connect dots, man, or you could get in big trouble.
There you go. Well, so what about that? I mean, were you surprised by the state Supreme Court decision?
I got to tell you, I wasn't because, as you have so astutely pointed out, there are a lot of dots that can be connected here. I go back to that old adage that the night is darkest a few minutes before dawn. What we've seen over the past year or two in Illinois are issues being put in just graphic relief. We're seeing it now. It's all bubbling to the surface. We can see the fix, if you will, and an average voter can see what's going on right now because, again, things are being put in very graphic relief. The Supreme Court rejecting not one, but two in a row, initiatives by people, hundreds of thousands of people signed petitions. Any survey you take shows that Illinois voters would support redistricting and term limits, or certainly there is a public concern about it, and the public needs to have a voice. And the court 2 times in a row now saying the public should not have a voice. And I think people are just even more outraged by what they see.
Charles, this is Sean. I got to tell you, I've always liked you. I like you very much. And it wasn't until today that I was reading your bio. And first of all, I'm amazed. 3 kids, you raised them, you did a great job. You've been to all 50 states. But the thing that caught my eye, you've been to 5 of the 7 continents. And so I know you're a well-traveled guy. You've seen a lot of third world banana republics. Aren't we one now?
Oh, man, look. Let me tell you, I don't want to get off the subject, but I'm sitting here this morning, and I do a lot of reading in the morning, and I'm looking at a study that was released 1 week ago, last week, and I don't know if you guys talked about it at all. It's by the Economic Policy Institute, which is the largest and most profound big labor think tank in Washington. Its chairman is Richard Trumka of the AFL-CIO.
Yeah, the fitness instructor.
It reported that Illinois has the highest black unemployment rate in the country and has had it for the last 3 quarters, the highest black unemployment rate in the country. That's higher than Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, the so-called legacy slave states. What is going on? And the muscle of the Illinois Democratic Party is the black vote.
Right. So I'm an old speculator.
What is going on?
Well, so what is going on, and what is it going to take to get something else going on?
Well, it's going to take information. This study, for instance, people have got to see this. They've got to know that even big labor, this left-center think tank in Washington, is saying that Illinois has the highest black unemployment rate. So why are black voters, 95% of them, getting behind the status quo?
Because it's easy. I mean, here's my supposition. Get your reaction to it, Charles. it's easy just to say, well, white Republicans in the suburbs or white Republicans in general, they're racist, and so you don't even have to. You don't even have to consider what they have to say because they're racist.
That's misinformation. Though.
Well, I know
it is. Guess what? Texas has the lowest black unemployment rate in the country.
Imagine that.
Yeah, check it out. I know black people myself who are moving to Texas to get jobs right now. I know them personally, can point them out, can do stories about them. So what's going on? But at the same time, the defenders of the status quo are being supported by this massive number of African American voters.
Yeah, and supported by, to a large extent, I would argue, the Chicago and Springfield press corps that is left, just as the D.C. press corps is left. And, so the question's about, what color are the people that are dying on the streets of Chicago? Is it mostly white people or is it mostly black people and Latino people? Of course, we know the answer. And who controls Chicago for the last 100 years? And, of course, we know the answer. And who controls Chicago Public Schools for the last 100 years? And, of course, we know the answer. And who's controlled Springfield for the last 40? And, of course, we know the answer. But the answers don't seem to matter.
Well, it could, I think, with enough information. I think with enough information, it could matter. But I think there has to be an effort to provide the right information, to let you hear different voices. You talk about the voices you hear on issues are generally those they're basically self-serving, and I understand it totally. Leaders of labor unions that you hear speaking on behalf of black people, when in fact, if you go to, for instance, parents of children or workers or unemployed workers in particular, you will hear an entirely different story.
Yeah, what you think? Moving down to say Chicago and Rahm Emanuel, the property tax spikes, the fairy tale budget that Claypool just put out for CPS, the increase in the water sewer tax, which is regressive. Yeah. You have a lot of black exodus from the city of Chicago too, to Texas and everywhere else. What about that? Is there going to be? Do you think the seeds are there for black families in Chicago to demand something different and potentially to be open to the entrance of people that they hadn't considered before, if there was ever a Republican, or even though it's a nonpartisan election, you know what I mean, functionally a Republican to run for mayor or to run for city council posts?
Well, I don't know about all that at this point, because the Republican Party is so damaged because of what's happened to it over the last 30 years. But I think there certainly is a voice out there that we're not hearing. The African-American homeowner, for instance, who's paying these property taxes and these higher water bills, they don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. But we're not hearing that voice enough. But that voice is certainly out there. And we also have to understand as well, and which I don't think the mainstream media gets this, is that the black middle class is not on the south and west sides of Chicago. It's in Thornton Township, Bloom Township, Rich Township in the south suburbs, Proviso Township out west, and really any and everywhere. And that voice is not necessarily being heard.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's an excellent point. He's Charles Thomas, ABC7 Chicago political reporter. Charles, always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, man, thank you for having me.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
And for today, pleasant with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 81. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late. Boy, that annoys me. Low 67. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy. Couple of heavy thunderstorms, mainly later. Another great little phrase. More humid, high 81. Now we're going to go to Jim Telemonti. I love him. He's a hell of a dancer.
Thank you, Sean. I wish. Good morning. Good morning, Dad. 8094 westbound traffic is getting better. There are still delays, though, from Broadway to Klein Avenue after major overnight crash. All lanes have reopened. The Edens, just 21 minutes like Cook to Montrose, out on 26. The Kennedy, 34 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 26 from Montrose, 18 on the Express, outbound 30 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, 48 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 39. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. What could be a watershed moment in Donald Trump's campaign was not his statement of contrition for his all-too-often juvenile ad hominem forays. Rather, it was his explicit appeal to black families in Milwaukee and across the country whose lives have been decimated by predatory big government policies that foster dependency. I'm asking for the vote of every African-American citizen struggling in our country today who wants a different future, said Trump. Red Rovering people over is the beginning. If you want people to come to your party, you have to invite them. And if you want people to stay, you have to frame the choice before them. Trump did exactly that, improperly referencing the bigoted policies of the left designed to create a would-be ruled beholden to would-be rulers. Trump argued that the purposeful deprivation of the Great Society is directly responsible for the need to make America great again. Hillary and her comrades know that the most assured way to turn someone into a reliable Democrat voter is to make them a de facto ward of the state. Thus, the choice in our urban centers: live an independent life or exist as a subservient Democrat.
Welcome to Staples. How can I help you?
Staples guy. I need some more school supplies for my son.
Well, Staples has everything you need for back to school at low prices every day.
Great. He needs lots of mechanical pencils.
I see. Your son a big writer?
No, a big loser.
What?
He loses pencils, backpacks, everything.
There's gotta be another word we can use.
Whether you need back-to-school supplies or you're coming back for more, Staples has all your back-to-school essentials in stock and at low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio. You don't have to go underwater anymore. You don't need to go down in that hole with your portfolio and dig yourself out. You can actually put a floor so you never go down ever again and get into a strategy where you just continue to make growth, so not only that your principal is protected, but whatever gains you make, those are protected as well. Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and in for Amy, Sean from Elmwood Park. Let's get a couple calls in. Jim in Wheaton, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. You know what? It's interesting. The Supreme Court decision and the skewing of the Illinois Supreme Court to the left is a perfect example of what's going to happen if Hillary Clinton gets in. Okay, we can forget pretty much all of our principles. The end of the American experience, or the American experiment, will be here. Okay,
explain Roberts. Explain Roberts. Explain Breyer. Explain Stevens. Pick a Republican, a liberal, a guy who's stolen part of the economy, appointed by a liberal. That argument holds no water for guys who can read.
It actually does. It does hold
I've
water.
held my nose for Dole. I held my nose for McCain. They lost, buddy.
Okay, there you go.
And how did that losing work out?
If we can't bring
this is what
ourselves to vote
happened.
for
Listen,
Trump.
she's
Thanks,
running
Jim.
against the perfect candidate to beat. And I told you this for a year. No one wanted to listen to me. Now eat the stew.
John in Westchester. Hey, John.
John, come on. Pep up, buddy. You're on.
John in Westchester, going once.
Hang up.
Going twice. Oh, John.
There he is. Come on.
Yeah. Hi. Going back to your last guest, when he said that we need more information, I hold the Chicago Tribune accountable for a lot of that. They lost their way, and I'm 60 years old. I listened to them, or read them for many, many, many years. And the final straw was when they endorsed Barack Obama for president. I canceled my subscription. They give no voice at all to the corruption and the problems here in Illinois and Chicago.
Not me. I buy John.
Thanks for the call, John. I'll tell you what, John from Westchester is absolutely right. And you know who wrote the endorsement of Barack Obama the second go around after you couldn't pretend to not know better anymore in 2012? You know who wrote that? Libertarian Steve Chapman. My patoot.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer. And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Traditionally, the 4th of July is a day for fireworks and cookouts. But we should take the time to also appreciate the deeper meaning of Independence Day. The founding of the United States of America was an unprecedented achievement of enormous moral and practical significance. America was the only nation founded on the idea that your life belongs not to a king or to the popes or to the state, but to you, to pursue your values, your happiness. The founders believed it was the government's job to protect this inalienable right. On the 4th of July, we celebrate the founders' vision of the sovereign individual who is free to live by his own independent judgment and to pursue his own life and happiness. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Ron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brooks Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy Objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, Objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
As a small business owner, you make every dollar count. So what could you do with $10? Go to Vistaprint.com today and you'll get 500 high-quality custom business cards for only $9.99. That's less than 2 cents per card. And at Vistaprint, your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. So it's never been easier to turn 500 strangers into connections. Just visit Vistaprint.com and use promo code 5151 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 5151.
However you dream of saying I do, David's Bridal has a dress to match your style, your wedding, and your budget. Right now, every wedding dress is on sale. Yes, every wedding dress, even our newest arrivals, and even our exclusive designer collections, including Oleg Cassini, Truly Zach Posen, Melissa Sweet, and more. Save $50 to $150 on all regular price wedding dresses, and up to $500 on select styles. The sale ends August 30th. Hurry in to find your perfect dress for way less at David's Bridal. Excludes DB Studio.
We have mostly sunny skies right now. Weather after Fox News, WIND, Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Devastated towns in central Italy rattled over and over again. More than 900 aftershocks to the Wednesday quake, including in the hard-hit town of Amatrice.
Of course, a lot of the buildings in Amatrice are already heavily damaged. The clock tower is precarious in how it's standing at the moment. And yesterday we saw when the aftershock happened that there were further building collapses. So this adds both the difficulty for the rescue workers in terms of doing their work, but also the utter terror of the people who live in this area.
Mark Stone of Fox sister network Sky News. The mayor says damage to 2 main roads threatens to isolate that town. The quake's now blamed for at least 267 deaths. The Italian government declaring tomorrow as a national day of mourning. The U.S. presidential race sinks deeper into the mud with ramped up rhetoric on racism. Fox Radio's John Decker live at the White House.
Less than 24 hours after Donald Trump called Hillary Clinton a bigot, the Democratic presidential nominee fired back with an incendiary charge of her own.
Donald Trump has built his campaign on prejudice and paranoia. He is taking hate groups mainstream.
Trump preemptively responded to the attack to his supporters at a campaign rally in New Hampshire.
You're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They keep saying it. You're racist. It's a tired, disgusting, argument.
Trump called Clinton's remarks one of the most brazen attempts at distraction in the history of politics. Lisa?
John, a report just in on the economy's sluggish pace in the spring, growing at just over 1%, slightly below the earlier estimate. Dozens of schools in Baltimore County closed today because of the heat. They don't have air conditioning, and the heat index is expected to reach 90 degrees. Schools that do have AC are staying open. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
In Chicago, we have clouds and sunshine. We're on the sunny side right now. 69 degrees, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump trading verbal punches here, but it's the politics of the Illinois Supreme Court that top our news this morning, ruling a voter referendum seeking to change the system Illinois uses to draw political boundaries is unconstitutional, meaning it cannot appear on the November ballot. The ruling Thursday affirmed a Cook County judge's decision. The proposal didn't meet constitutional muster. The Independent Maps Coalition, a group of business leaders and former elected officials, gathered petitions calling for an 11-member commission to be in charge of drawing legislative district lines. Currently, the party in power runs political map-making. The legal challenge was brought by an attorney linked to top and entrenched Democrats. There's a new law in Illinois designed to give ex-offenders a better future. Governor Rauner signing legislation in Decatur yesterday that allows certain convicted felons the ability to work as health care professionals. Those who qualify may petition the state for a license. Mayor Emanuel's administration laying out proposed plans for revamping the way the city investigates police misconduct. One of those inside the planning meeting yesterday was Alderman John Arena.
There are changes to what IPRA's authority is. There's changes to a whole host of things. The problem is we don't know all of the specifics.
The proposal includes creating a new, more powerful investigative agency. Chicago sports, White Sox over Seattle 7-6. The news, a service of Aruba Tourism. Aruba is your shortcut to romance. Celebrate a special anniversary, rekindle a romance, or have a destination wedding. Hop a nonstop flight from O'Hare to One Happy Island and plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Volkswagen and its franchise dealers in the U.S. have an agreement on how those dealers should be compensated for the emissions cheating scandal. An attorney for the 650 dealers says it should help heal the wounds with the company. Dealers will receive money and some other concessions. And now Volkswagen admits most of its diesel-powered cars involved in the cheating cannot be fixed to comply with air pollution regulations. The Wall Street Journal says it appears the larger trucks and cars can be repaired. Tesla Motors' plan to buy Solar City has been okayed by the Federal Trade Commission. It says the partners have few or no overlaps. And we could get an indication about the Federal Reserve's interest rate plans when Fed Chair Janet Yellen speaks today. The Dow closed down 33 points yesterday. NASDAQ dropped 5 and the S&P declined almost 3. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When you're a kid, monsters live under your bed. When you're a grown-up, monsters come in the mail. You know, bills. But by refinancing your mortgage with Quicken Loans, you could save hundreds of dollars each month. Money you can use to shrink those monstrous bills down to a size that's not nearly as scary. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit us at QuickenLoans.com. Again, that number is 800-QUICKEN. Buy in. Quicken Loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Not available in all states. Whoa, what do you have there?
It's a Reese and Irvy's frozen yogurt. We just had our robot make one.
A robot made your frozen yogurt?
Yes, the world's first fully interactive robot vending machine that serves 9 flavors of delicious yogurt with 6 amazing toppings. And it's available for an exclusive franchise opportunity.
How do I get my own Reese and Irvy's robots?
It's easy, but you better act now. Locations and machines are going fast. Just go to froyofranchising.com. That's froyofranchising.com. Check it out now, froyofranchising.com.
It's National Make-A-Will Month at LegalZoom.com, so it's time to take care of your will or trust. LegalZoom makes it easy. They're not a law firm, so there's no office visits or paying expensive hourly rates. Instead, you could save over $100 with LegalZoom's will or trust estate plan bundles. And if you don't know whether a will or trust is right for you, don't worry. You'll work with an independent attorney available in 48 states to get advice on what you need. Do the right thing this month at LegalZoom.com. LegalZoom.com.
8:06 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. 8094 westbound. It's stop and go from Chase to Indianapolis Boulevard. Major overnight crash near Klein Avenue has cleared. Eastbound traffic is moving fine. Eden's inbound, 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28. The Kennedy, 33 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. The Eisenhower is now 55 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, heavier than it's been all morning. 42 minutes from Manheim, outbound 39 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 43 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Adams Tollway, slow 59 to past Barrington Road, 53 to Gulf, and Elmhurst to Lee. Veterans Memorial, heavy 75th to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 81. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late at night with a low 67. Then tomorrow, couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm, high 81. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 70 degrees at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continue next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
These are racist ideas, race-baiting ideas, anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, anti-women, all key tenets making up the emerging racist ideology known as the alt-right.
When democratic policies fail, they are left with only this one tired argument. You're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They keep saying it. You're racist.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
What is up, Dan? And in for Amy is Sean from Elmwood Park.
Will you stop saying it like that? First off, you're Tonto, I'm the Lone Ranger. There's no sidekick for me, baby. You go up the path and clear it.
Uh-huh. Okay,
right.
Schultz. So here's the deal. You heard it at the top. Hillary Clinton decrying the conspiracy theorists supporting Trump by spinning a conspiracy theory of her own about the marriage, allegedly, of the alt-right and, white nationalists who are anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, that they are the base of the Trump support, and he is mainstreaming hate, as she said in her 30-minute speech in Reno yesterday. Trump responded to that in an interview with Anderson Cooper.
Do you want white supremacists to vote for you?
No, I don't at all. Not at all. And I will tell you, this is not about hate. This is about love. We love our country. We want our country to come back. We want our country to be strong again.
And here's a larger question. If Trump has to account for everyone who supports him, the cranks like Alex Jones and these other feeble minds.
Which, by the way, did you see the picture of this Alex Jones?
Yeah,
it's like Karl Rove with hair.
Yeah,
nice head. Should say Spalding.
He was mentioned. Some other people were mentioned. They've done the David Duke thing before. Nobody's welcoming them in. I don't want them as part of anything I'm associated with. But I can't stop them from having an opinion. But if Trump is to be held to account for everyone who supports him, then should Hillary be held to account
for the Communist Party?
No. Let's be specific. Should Hillary be held to account for the father of the Orlando shooter who is pro-Taliban for supporting her? Should she be held? Should she have to explain him? Should she have to explain the supporters of Black Lives Matter who chant pigs in a blanket and fry them like bacon? Should she have to account for them?
accounts, she's benefiting from that. See, you keep pretending that we're all on the same field. We're not on the same field. It's not the same rules.
Well, I understand it's not the same rules, but I want to point out the hypocrisy nonetheless. And here's some other apocryphal rhetoric from Hillary Clinton yesterday. The disingenuousness of the left. They're always reaching new heights or new lows, as it were. And here's Hillary talking about Trump talking to black voters and making his explicit appeal to black families.
In just this past week, under the guise of outreach to African Americans, Trump has stood up in front of largely white audiences and described black communities in such insulting and ignorant terms. Poverty, rejection, horrible education, no housing, no homes, no ownership, crime at levels nobody has seen. Right now, he said, you can walk down the street and get shot. Those are his words. But when I hear them, I think to myself, how sad. Donald Trump misses so much. He doesn't see the success of black leaders in every field, the vibrancy of black-owned businesses, the strength of the black church. He doesn't see...
All manufactured.
Yeah, so here's the thing. You know, the idea that there are millions of black families who are successful in all of the fields of endeavor, that is not what we're talking about. Of course there are. And it's such pandering bilge from Hillary Clinton. And the people who listen to that and lap that up, I just don't know what they're hearing versus what they're seeing. Well, of course, we're not talking about the successful black executive, who has made it. And he just as successful any other race who has made it. We're talking about what's happening in the community. And so for Hillary Clinton, the question is not about those individuals who have made it. The question is about black unemployment rate. That is 8.5%, which is 30% higher than the national average. It's black labor force participation rate, which is down 2 percentage points since Barack Obama took office. It's black home ownership that is down 5 percentage points since President Obama took office. It's the number of black Americans living below the poverty line, which has risen since President Obama took office. The number of black food stamp participants, which has risen by 58% since Barack Obama took office. Do I need to tell you about shooting galleries in our urban centers, most notably the city of Chicago? I don't think I do. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about an unbelievably large percentage of minority populations, starting with the black population, that are not finding success, that are not even afforded the opportunity for success, that have been victimized by predatory big government policies since the Great Society that Hillary Clinton is a proponent of and has been a proponent of since the Great Society as well.
And she will get 90% of the vote because she has positioned herself as a champion for the downtrodden. She has successfully, not just her, it's the entire Democrat Party. We had Charles Thomas on earlier, and he was bewildered by the fact, living in it, they're in the situation that is destroying them, and they chant for more destruction.
And isn't Trump right when he says, and you heard the clip at the top, isn't he right when he says, in lieu of an argument to defend the policies that have decimated the black family and families in general, because it turns out, well-known fact, you can't outsource raising a family or providing social services or uplifting people to the government. You can't do it. And it's been proven. The federal government has proven that to us for 6 decades. And we don't seem to want to acknowledge the evidence. At least some of us don't. And you're going to replace that with Hillary's pandering? That speaks to you. And if the idea that everybody who disagrees with me is a racist, and that's enough. That's enough for you. Continue to do what you're doing. Continue to vote like you've been voting.
Well, along with
in spite of the evidence.
Yeah, but along with payoffs, you're forgetting about the payoffs. You're forgetting about the money that goes along with this. See, and if they're a good foot soldier, if you're a good Democrat, you're a good foot soldier, you will get an increase. I'm in retail now, and I'm amazed at the fact how they have they have made normal food stamps or whatever they're called. Now, they're not even called food stamps. It comes in a charge card like you and I carry that we have to pay off.
EBT cards.
It doesn't look any different than our charge cards. In fact, it's fancier. It has a big seal of Illinois State, and there's no real restrictions on how the money is spent. I've got guys trying to buy cigars with this thing. So they get the money, they get the Section 8 housing, they get the pat on the head, they get the idea that you can go to college and you're going to get extra points on your test. To me, it seems like we have a section of society that wants law to be used against its fellow citizen.
Yeah, and those are the limousine leftists like Hillary Clinton. That's who we're talking about. When I talk, I don't view people that have been victimized by predatory big government. I mean, you're responsible for yourself and you have to be accountable for your own decisions. But when you have a government aligned against the citizens, something as powerful as the federal government, which, by the way, remember, is just a collection of, other citizens just like you, and in some cases worse. The idea that, private vice becomes public virtue when you get a job in a federal agency is laughable. But I don't view these people. I'm not worried about the kind of the pejorative about the lazy person who's on welfare, the lazy mother who's on welfare. We present perverse incentives and we get perverse conduct. And the people that are the dependents of the state are not the policymakers. So you have people having scams run on them, destroying their better angels, frankly, their souls. And Hillary Clinton wants to say in defense of that, anybody who opposes that is a racist. End of discussion. Continue doing what you're doing.
Dan, we have now accepted social engineering. You see it on the nightly news. They talk about it as if it is virtue. They brag about the idea that we are going to allow government, people who are failures at everything, to social engineer. And they negate the fact, they take away the part where it's about seizing something from another group of people, and everybody's okay with it. So, that's a big problem, and it's growing. We now have, the Democrats have become the Soviets, and this idea that they're not is ridiculous. And the idea that somehow the Republicans can win by becoming the old Democrats, it's a failure.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the Democrats, the 21st century Democrat Party are just... I should say socialists are just Democrats in a hurry. That's what the 21st century Democrat Party is. Robert in Grays Lake, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Thank you. As Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, more than one occasion, gave a speech saying that the Jewish settlers living in the West Bank are, quote, an obstacle to peace in the Middle East. And that on its face is anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish. Because what Hillary Clinton is saying is that any Jew who lives in a predominantly Arab part of the region is somehow an obstacle to any kind of peaceful coexistence.
And Robert, how does the Jewish community vote? How does the Jewish community vote? It doesn't matter what she says. It doesn't matter because the Jewish community votes against itself.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Robert. Well, I mean, again, we have this hurdle that we have to clear.
No, we're not supposed to interrupt the call.
Certain demographics, you can interrupt. Okay. But I mean, yeah, right. I mean, again, 70% is President Obama been a friend to Israel? 70% of Jews vote for him twice.
It's outrageous.
Ralph in Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. I don't think that Hillary's talk makes a bit of difference to anybody. It's not going to persuade the people who are already going to vote for her or those who are on the fence with Trump. My day job is I'm actually a management consultant. I teach economics and finance at night. I'm an adjunct at a couple of places. I can't tell you how many times I get urban single mothers. We're talking about the same demographics as vote for Obama all the time. And I can teach them economics until I die. And at the end of it, they still say, well, I'm going to vote for Obama. Why? Sometimes they're just voting because he's got a D next to his name. A lot of times they're voting, they say, because, he's a black guy. It almost doesn't matter. It's so impenetrable, the hold that the Democrats have on that 13% of our demographics in the United States.
Yeah, but it wasn't always that way. So it's not inexorable. This is, we have to kind of resist the temptation to give into fatalism. I mean, to your point, even people that are dependents of the state right now, they understand economics. They know the welfare system and the food support programs better than the policymakers do.
Right, and they vote for Santa Claus.
Well, I understand, but they're not the only ones doing that. Thanks for the call, Ralph. Willie on the west side.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Willie.
So, hey, you're on the Titanic right now with a little teacup yelling at the water not to come in.
You're with us, Willie. You keep forgetting you're with us.
No, I know I am because I'm a Chicago resident, if that's what you mean, Willie.
I don't think you are, Sean. I think you're smart enough to be on your own boat on the side.
Oh, I'm ready to go, Willie. I'm ready to go.
Anyway, Dan, the thing I want to ask you, and I want you to be honest, man, because you don't know how deep this rabbit hole go, obviously. Can a black man, a dark-skinned black man, be a host on Fox News?
Yeah, Charles Payne. Well, he's on Fox Business, but yeah, of course, Juan Williams is on Fox News. Well, what do you mean?
Trump, out of Trump and Hillary, which is the one that got sued for housing discrimination? And had to settle because they was putting color on top of the application.
So Willie, let me ask you a question back at you, because this whole binary between Trump and Hillary, I think you know my opinion of Trump, but you also know my opinion of his opponent, and this is the choice that we have. But here's the thing. What about the policies that Hillary supported? What about the Great Society programs? What about that? What about the Democrat-controlled urban centers? Does that matter, or does Trump's business practices more important?
No, all the Republicans do. They don't think about black folks the year before the election or the year after.
Okay. Willie, how's it going? Willie, that's fine. The Republicans haven't done a good enough job outreaching. Fine. I concede your point. Willie, I concede your point. So let me ask you a question. Willie, you still there? Let me ask you a question, Willie.
You got to calm down, man.
No, well, stop interrupting me, and I'll calm down, because I'm conceding your point. So learn how to take a victory. I'll concede your point on Republican outreach. So let me ask you a question. How's it going out there with Democrat-controlled Chicago and Democrat-controlled Illinois and Democrat-controlled major urban centers?
It goes deeper than that, though, man. The racism goes across the line.
Thanks for the call, Willie. You won't answer the question. This is exactly the problem.
I had a question. You hung up.
We'll come back with more calls.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Okay, today I still wanted to ask a question. Today's forecast, pleasant with interval clouds and sunshine, high 81. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms around late, sure. Low 67. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy. A couple of heavy thunderstorms, mainly later. More humid, high 81. Tomorrow night, 68. Now let's go to Jim Telemonte with the traffic. Turn right if there's not a sign. Tell him, Jim.
All right, thanks, Sean. Good morning, and good morning, Dan. In Winfield, eastbound Roosevelt is closed east of 59 at Gary's Mill. There's a rollover crash. Traffic alternates in the westbound lane. Expect delays. Things have improved a great deal on westbound 8094. Still a little slow, Kennedy Avenue to Indianapolis Boulevard. It was a mess earlier because of an overnight crash. Eastbound, it's fine. Eden's 19 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Hop on 22. The Kennedy, 33 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Hop on 27. The Ike, 47 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Hop on still 39. Stevenson, 53 minutes now from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollways lighter than usual, though there are some delays. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I've suffered from psoriasis, mainly on the scalp, for 28 years. I went through 8 dermatologists.
If you suffer from psoriasis or vitiligo, you know the pain and embarrassment. Now there's a simple non-medication solution called Extract. Extract treats areas using a unique targeted light therapy.
You have no idea how thick the plaque was on my scalp. Now I'm very close to having clear skin. I'm thrilled with my results.
With clinical studies showing immediate results, with up to 95% clearance, Extract simply works. Extract is covered by all major insurances and Medicare and will help you find a doctor close by.
I just want to thank you for the great results of my psoriasis. Thanks to Extract. My scalp hasn't looked and felt this good for years. I'm forever grateful for Extract.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-499-4281. That's 800-499-4281. 800-499-4281 or xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
I've been taking the Balance of Nature fruits and veggie capsules for many years. What hooked me was something I wasn't expecting. I was playing golf with one of my friends, and midway through the round, he looks over at me and says, "What's going on here? You're killing me. Did you get new clubs or something?" It dawned on me that the only thing I'm doing different is taking Balance of Nature. I've been a 15 handicap golfer for a long time. 3 months after I started taking the fruits and veggies, I started dropping strokes off my handicap. Even my sons noticed I was playing better. I told them, when I started getting enough fruits and veggies in my diet, I felt better. Better concentration, better swing. When you feel better, you play better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
We're the 32-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. Hi, Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. If you are like me and are listening to this station, chances are we hold some common values and truths we hold self-evident. That's the main reason Precision Payroll attracts great clients and great employees. Precision Payroll of America operates at the core with fundamental principles that drive our attitude and delivery of service. We work hard to provide the best in pricing and value. In addition, with our great team that has been with us a long time, you are ensured a lasting relationship with people who understand your needs and always stand ready to serve. What sets us apart is that we view what we do as a great opportunity to serve others in a professional and technical capacity while building long-lasting relationships. That's what we treasure. If this message hits home, please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507 or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Sean from Elmwood Park in for Amy and, Willie from the West Side, and I almost had a Bill Buckley, Gore Vidal moment.
I was just trying to ask, can racism successfully be used to extinguish racism?
Yeah, obviously.
That's the plot of the Democrats, and they suck these people in.
Right, we're going to create a colorblind society by coloring by race.
It's insanity.
And Willie, if you call me a crypto fascist one more time, I'm going to sock you in your GD face. And
I
you'll
got
stay
20
plastered.
on Willie. You're the toughest guy in Wayne. And where'd you grow up again? Wheaton?
Don't ever interrupt a Bill Buckley impersonation of mine again.
I was trying to make it stop.
Don't ever do that again.
All right. I'm Lone Ranger.
Chip in St. Charles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
When I heard Hillary Clinton talk yesterday, what I heard her say was that every white person and every Trump supporter is a racist, and I'm appalled by it. I know you guys are playing this short clip of her attacking Trump there, but there was more to her comments than what you guys are playing there, and I don't know how any law-abiding citizen who doesn't, who is tired of our country being invaded and doesn't want their daughter using the showers with the local high school boys, doesn't agree with what this administration is doing, we're not racist,
Thanks, Chip. I appreciate the call. Quickly, Verlin on the South Side.
Oh, man. I'm getting that fruit up my leg again. I'm getting it fruit. Hey, so what's up, guys? Sean.
Yeah.
We just talked about it last week. I told you they was going to play the race card real hard, and I'm glad you in the sandbox with us now. Let me, before I get to my point, let me respond to that idiot Willie. Let me tell you something. I come from a family that had the double whammy. On my grandfather's side, all of his family grew up in the Robert Taylor homes. On my grandmother's side, all her family members grew up in Pagreedy Green. All on welfare. Guess what? They still on welfare. It took my grandfather to make his immediate family understand not to be on welfare. So my grandfather never took a handout. My father and his brothers never took a handout, and they taught me how not to take a handout. I own a building and I own a home. Let me tell you something. You buffoon. You want to try to sit there and bring up a discrimination suit and make that the equal to Hillary's rooted racism? Let
discrimination suit. I can get charged with a discrimination suit, but because he's a white guy, he's gonna get the racist tag because he didn't want to rent to some poor black and white people. I mean, black and Hispanic people. If you're trying to get some real money out your property, you're not gonna take a government subsidy and rent to some poor people. I don't fault him for that because I do the same damn thing.
All right.
You know what?
Verlin, I'm sorry. Verlin, I'm
pissed,
sorry.
man.
We got to go, but I appreciate your story. Thanks for calling, man.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Sometimes what you want most from your car is nothing. No headaches, no surprises, no anxiety when it's late at night and you're on some distant freeway in a thunderstorm. Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. You know you're in one of the safest and most thoughtfully engineered vehicles on the road. And with an unlimited mileage warranty, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years, with roadside assistance included. Your sense of confidence and adventure are as unlimited as the warranty itself. Now you can drive the car of your dreams and realize that nothing is everything. And during the certified pre-owned sales event, now through August 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and 0.99% APR financing on select models, available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties. APR offer available only to qualified customers. Call 1-800-FOR-Mercedes for details about costs and terms.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and in for Amy, Sean from Elmwood Park. Coming up, we continue the discussion about presidential politics and also include national security matter and ISIS's escalating violence in Turkey and the Middle East and North Africa and this country with deep thinker Victor Davis Hanson from National Review. That's at 8:38, but now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan and Sean, 70 degrees outside, and Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump continue trading verbal punches over race and racism. Trump getting out in front of a Clinton attack with a preemptive strike in an earlier speech in New Hampshire, predicting Clinton would try to pin the racist label on him. Then the Clinton campaign tried to portray Trump as the candidate of racist with a newly released campaign video. Federal judge ordering the State Department to release a new batch of Hillary Clinton emails starting on September 13th. The FBI recently said it found thousands of new emails from Clinton's time as Secretary of State. Kurdish militants have attacked a police checkpoint in southeast Turkey, at least 11 killed. Mississippi officials investigating the murders of 2 Catholic nuns stabbed to death in their home in a rural section of that state. Police are treating it as a robbery gone bad. The death toll from the earthquake in Italy up to 267, 400 injured. If you have an iPhone, pay attention. Apple's telling users to install the latest security update. Apple found a previously unknown security flaw that can give hackers complete access to a targeted iPhone. Apple released a security patch yesterday. No one hurt after shots were fired on I-57 in South Suburban Madison that shut down the expressway between Route 30 and Volmer Road for several hours this morning. And 2 are in stable condition following a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's South Side near 77th and Vincennes. Chicago sports, White Sox over Seattle, 7-6. The news, a service of Aruba Tourism, your shortcut to romance. Celebrate a special anniversary, rekindle a romance, or have a destination wedding. Hop a nonstop flight from O'Hare to One Happy Island. Plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. 8:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher points out the many differences between Trump and Hillary.
Make no mistake about it. Hillary Clinton wants to punish people who have had financial success. Donald Trump does not. Trump wants to make the business community have more breathing room, have less onerous regulations and taxes. Hillary Clinton does not. But of course, people are all caught up in what the latest bombastic thing Donald Trump said and getting on that whole bandwagon.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee.
I've suffered from psoriasis, mainly on the scalp, for 28 years. I went through 8 dermatologists.
If you suffer from psoriasis or vitiligo, you know the pain and embarrassment. Now there's a simple non-medication solution called Extract. Extract treats areas using a unique targeted light therapy.
You have no idea how thick the plaque was on my scalp. Now I'm very close to having clear skin. I'm thrilled with my results.
With clinical studies showing immediate results, with up to 95% clearance, Extract simply works. Extract is covered by all major insurances and Medicare and will help you find a doctor close by.
I just want to thank you for the great results of my psoriasis. Thanks to Extract. My scalp hasn't looked and felt this good for years. I'm forever grateful for Extract.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-499-4281. That's 800-499-4281. 800-499-4281 or xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Tony wanted to contact a realtor before purchasing a home in Naperville. Bad move. Not getting pre-qualified by me before talking with the realtor is like trying to get into a sold-out concert without a ticket. I pre-qualified Tony to purchase a home and introduced him to Kate Waddell, my preferred Naperville realtor. If you're purchasing a home, call me first. I'll pre-qualify you for free and introduce you to my experienced team of preferred realtors who will help you locate the perfect home. My team of real estate experts will always look out for your financial best interest. If you're buying a home, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mark Weingart, President and CEO of Star Creations, Inc., the fastest-growing supplier of wall decor products in the U.S. When it comes to banking, I don't want to be a small fish in a big pond. That's why I bank at Signature Bank Chicago. At Signature Bank, every customer is important. I know I can pick up the phone and talk to any one of the decision makers I know and trust at Signature Bank. At Signature Bank, they understand and respond to the unique needs of my business with flexibility and fairness. I'm proud to bank with Signature Bank because I know they're deeply invested in the success of Star Creations.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
8:38, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center time. Here's Jim.
Like 8094 westbound, still a little heavy. Kennedy to Indianapolis Boulevard. The Edens is fine inbound. Outbound, got a 3-minute delay. Pratt to Toohey, little heavy at Winnetka Road, too. Kennedy, 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. Yike, 49 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 31. Stevenson, 53 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound it's good. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95 to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow from the Hinsdale Oasis to 47th. Reagan slow to North Avenue, and it's slow from Dempster to Gulf Road. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Nice afternoon and evening ahead for the kickoff of high school football tonight as my Bulldogs take on Morton West tonight. Go RB. Pleasant.
What's the line?
What's that?
What's the line?
I've not seen any movement on that line, Sean, nor will I claim to have ever seen one. Pleasant intervals, clouds and sunshine, high 81. Cloudy, couple of storms are on late, low 67. Currently 68 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. And our friend Sean from Elmwood Park joining us this morning on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning is Sean from Elmwood Park.
I'm excited about this next interview. I really am.
Well, he's one of the great intellects in the West.
I mean,
honestly, great academic. You can always catch his stuff at National Review online. You can catch his stuff at the Hoover Institute, and he has had, to me, the best synthesis of Trump's appeal offered this campaign cycle to date. And this was, way, way back in the primary, where he said, basically, I'm not quoting him exactly, but paraphrasing Victor Davis Hanson, saying Trump's appeal is essentially this. He's saying to the American people, all these elites in academia and media and entertainment and business and government, I know them all, and they're even worse than you think. And, and I'm the guy that's going to pull back the curtain and take the fight to them.
You're going to let me ask him a question?
Yeah, I will. Victor Davis Hanson, who joins us now. Victor Davis Hanson, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And so has the campaign turned out to be as dreary as you anticipated it would be? I note a recent piece you wrote about the 9 lives of Donald Trump. Has that surprised you, or did you expect that he would have this staying power?
No, I thought he would, because he appeals for what you just articulated. People are very angry that people in academia, the media, celebrities, politicians, they're not as competent as we're told. They say things like there's 57 states or corpsmen for corpsmen. They can't do things like the Hoover Dam here in California. We have high-speed rail. It's just to quote Trump, a total disaster. And people feel they're above the law. We have Hillary's examples. They're hypocritical. If you look at John Kerry, a guy like that moves his yacht from Massachusetts to Rhode Island to avoid his property tax, or Al Gore tries to dump his cable money losing to Al Jazeera, who's funded by oil sales, which he says are bad. So I could go on, but it's hypocrisy, incompetence, arrogance, and that's a powerful tool. That being said, it's about 45% of the electorate. So Trump's dilemma, and I think everybody's seen that, is that he needs another 6 to 7 points, and he's lost about 15% of the Republican base, and he's doing okay in the Republican calculus with Latinos, so-called Latinos. He's about the same as Romney and McCain with blacks, not much worse, but he's got to come up with his 5 to 7%, and so that's his dilemma, and he's trying to pivot. He's trying to clean up his language. The easiest way to do it would be to get new voters out and get back to the Democratic level in their party of about 92% of your party supporting him. So if he had 92% of the Republicans supporting him and he's appealed to these so-called Reagan Democrats, elections would be very close. And that's what he's trying to do, obviously, in the last 75 days.
Victor, I'm a big fan, and I have a question. I normally don't do this, so I'll never get to speak to you again. So I want to ask you a little bit more of a I know you're a historian, and I know you're writing a book about World War II, and I had relatives that fought, and I've always been interested in it. And here's my thing: I believe that Saul Alinsky was a Soviet sympathizer. I believe he was more than just someone who tried to preach Marxism. I think he had connections there, and what I never really hear is the connection between Hillary and Saul Alinsky. And my question to you is, did they win? Is it working? Are we completely infiltrated? Is it this Keynesian quagmire, Soviet socialism? Is this it? Are we just on the road to serfdom?
Well, before Alinsky came on the scene 2,500 years ago, people like Aristotle and Plato had warned people that democracy has a time bomb built into it, and that is that when you start redistributing income and you have people who depend on government, that's always going to get larger, and the people who supply the money is always going to get smaller until you get to a Venezuela or a Cuban or a Detroit or a situation like that. And so, yeah, that's what we've always dealt with, and we've tried to avoid it, the founders, with this Republican federalist system, but boy, I'm afraid that the ancients were pretty wise and that we're headed in a direction where I don't think Trump's going to stop it. I don't know how anybody's going to say to the individual American, you're responsible for your own destiny, your own fate. You've got to be self-reliant. I just don't see that happening. Not with this.
Speaking of your forthcoming book on World War II, Bret Stephens had a piece in the Wall Street Journal earlier this week suggesting that Russia, Turkey, China, Iran is hearkening back to the rise of dictators in the 30s, and ultimately we know how that culminated. Is that a comparison that you would subscribe to as well?
Yeah, I read that. I think he was trying to say that maybe that they're actually coordinating a little bit in the way the Axis powers like Mussolini and Hitler and the Japanese militarists, why they weren't directly coordinating. They did have affinities. They talked. They signed these Pact of Steel. So I think that's what he's saying, that he was worried that Russia's in the Middle East. It's coordinating with Iran. Russia and China have a non-aggression pact. It's all predicated on the simple thesis that Barack Obama, either psychologically or ethically, morally, he didn't think that the United States deserved its preeminence abroad. So he felt that if we led from behind and withdrew, the Arab Spring would give back power to the Arabs. Iran had a natural area of responsibility in the Middle East. Russia could reclaim its Soviet republics. China could reestablish a hegemony in the South China Sea. All that was predicated on the idea that, the post-war order wasn't all that good. That's what he thought, I think. The United States had no business telling other countries, and I think the result of it is we're going to be in the most dangerous, probably the most dangerous 5 months era since Jimmy Carter's 1980 fiasco, because all these countries are now saying we've been playing poker with this guy, and he's sort of an easy guy to beat, and he's going to be out of power, so we might as well cash in our chips when we can.
Well, and doesn't this speak to Russia launching strikes in Syria from Iran, and Iran yesterday vowing that encroaching U.S. ships will be severely punished and shots fired. This is some of what Brett Stevens is talking about and what you're referencing, right?
So. I think the Iranians are saying, why would the President of the United States lie on our behalf about the $400 million in cash and say that he couldn't send money when he just sent $1.2 billion by a bank wire? So if he's doing that for us, and why are the Chinese saying, why does he let us build these islands right in the middle of the South China Sea to adjudicate the naval traffic? And that means that they're all thinking, they're kind of bewildered. They've seen this for 8 years, and they're saying, whatever it is, it's good for us. And if we're North Korea and sending a missile, or if we're Russia massing troops in Ukraine, or we're the Chinese with these islands, we better continue and do it fast, because we don't know who the next president might be.
And how does ISIS factor into this? Again, another story yesterday, 11 police officers dead, 78 injured in a car bomb in Turkey that targeted police. So in terms of that access, Turkey's included, at least in Brett Stevens' formulation, and how does ISIS factor in?
Well, we had a special relationship with Turkey, Obama did, just like he thought he was going to have with China. But the problem with him is that he displays both weakness and contempt for his friends. So he goes over there to Turkey and he lets them do whatever they want vis-a-vis Israel at the beginning of his term, and then he lectures them. And he did the same thing with China. And people will be lectured if you're strong, but if you're weak, they want you to be quiet. So the combination of Obama's sanctimonious sermons while he was weak infuriated a lot of people. And as far as ISIS, it's the same thing. He didn't do anything to them, but he talked down to them as JVs, or they're no more dangerous than, I think he said, falling down in your bathroom. And they thought, wow, this is a weird guy. The President of the United States says that we're weak and we have no power, and yet he won't even use the word radical Islam. He's so nice to us, he calls us violent extremists. And that is, I think we underestimate the psychological element that a lot of our enemies really feel contempt for somebody that they see is a leader and yet doesn't want to lead his own country. Every leader has his country's self-interest, and when they see Obama doesn't, they sort of, instead of developing, appreciation for his magnanimity, they develop contempt for his weakness.
Weakness is provocative. Victor Davis Hanson, Hoover Institute, National Review. Victor Davis Hanson, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
So are we going to get to the robot brothels?
Very exciting. I saved it for you.
Excellent, excellent. So finally, the last forecast. Pleasant with intervals of cloud and sunshine. High of 81 today. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a couple of thunderstorms. Late around 67. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy. A couple of heavy thunderstorms, mainly later. More humid. High 81. Tomorrow, the low at night is 68. Now we're going to go to Jim Telemonte, who's still upset about disco. Jim, take it away.
Thanks, Sean. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. I-80 eastbound before LaGrange Road. Got a crash reported. 8094 westbound has largely cleared up. Still a little heavy from Klein Avenue to Kennedy Avenue. Edens is 19 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound 22. Kennedy, delay start at Montrose. 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 25. The Ike is heavy. An hour and 2 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. 44 minutes from Manhunt. Outbound 31 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 53 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound clear. Ryan, 21 minutes. 95th to downtown. North on Tri-State slow at 290. The other tollways have cleared up. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
On AM 560, The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Sacrifice. When you have children, sacrifice just comes with the territory. You sacrifice a new outfit for a new baseball glove. You sacrifice a romantic getaway for summer camp. You sacrifice because you love your child and you want him or her to have every advantage. Let us help you lessen the sacrifice it takes to send your son or daughter to the finest private schools in Chicagoland by half. That's right. When you go to halfpriceschools.com, you'll find half off tuition for some of Chicagoland's most reputable private schools, from preschool all the way through high school. And you won't have to sacrifice hours in the car either. Our partner schools are located across Chicagoland. Chances are there's one near you. You want the best for your child. You're willing to sacrifice. And here at AM 560, The Answer, we're ready to help you with half-price tuition for private schools. Explore your options today at halfpriceschools.com. That's halfpriceschools.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, and we winding down our time with Sean from Elmwood Park, and there's no better way to finish than a classic Sean from Elmwood Park story. This about automating the world's oldest profession. Robot brothels in the UK could be coming. I'm talking about cyborg companions, if you were.
I know about 70 guys that are going to be mad. This is about 25 years too late.
They can cater to desire for sexual variety, freedom from constraint, complication, and fear of lack of sexual success. You could speak to that.
Any complaining about them?
And of course it prevents the spread of STDs. So what do you think about that?
I think engagement rings are going to plummet. The sales will be down. I'd like to sell all my jewelry store stock. Are you kidding me? This is great. And they're not tough negotiators, I can imagine. All right. You'll take what I give you there, baby.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You desperately need workers. You don't have time to find them. Let us handle it. We did it 425,000 times last year. This is Terry Greeno. My company is Express Employment Professionals. We know how to find the right people for your business. If you own or run a business in McHenry or Kane County, let us be your partner. Be it finance, accounting, administrative, manufacturing, engineering, we've got you covered. We help make this critical part of your business better so you can focus on running your business. It's simple. We put great companies and great people together. If you own or run a business in McHenry or Kane County, give us a try. Find out why we are the go-to company for great employees. Check us out at expresshires.com.
Contact the go-to company for great employees in McHenry or Kane County. Contact Express Employment Professionals, 815-788-8556. 815-788-8556.
The safety oath. Repeat after me. I will safely bring safety to my facility and keep it safe. I will safely keep my people safe. I will put safety first in everything I do, and I will safely do so with Grainger. When you think safety, think Grainger. Grainger's got over 100,000 safety products to help keep our facility safe and our people safer. When it comes to safety, Grainger's got your back. Call clickgrainger.com/safety or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Craig and Leslie Bolanos here. At Wealth Management Group, we take a full planning approach to your future, so you'll always know where you're headed. It all comes down to this. People are afraid of running out of money or losing money, so we put your plan together with a purpose. The markets will always be a little unpredictable, but how you ride out the highs and lows will make all the difference.
Don't venture out alone. Take a partner. Get to know us at investwithwmg.com and listen to us on In the Know Sunday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Well, Sean from Elmwood Park, it's been a real treat. Sean from Elmwood Park, of course, the proprietor of Elmhurst Cigar Shop. Liberty Real Estate. You got to turn your microphone on.
Liberty Real Estate, Florida,
Yeah.
South Florida. We sell it for the Illinoisans running. And as you think about this whole automated thing, one car going to have a hard time getting charge cards. And it's a conversation you could finally win. Never going to have to take out the garbage. I don't know.
You're talking about the robot brothel.
Well, yeah.
Well, so that's.
just expand it out.
Well, you can look forward to Sean from Elmwood Park.
Yeah, because after this show,
brothel.
I'm going to need one.
It'll be the first robot brothel in the western suburbs. Sean from Elmwood Park.
Sure.
So again, expanding your empire.
Well, you got to think outside the box, baby.
Great to have you in. Always a trip. Very colorful. And thank everybody for joining us this week. Fare thee well. Now let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan and Sean, here are the stories we're watching right now. 2 hurt in a state police-involved shooting on Chicago's South Side. Person of interest in a deadly Chicago fire has been released. Illinois' redistricting referendum knocked off the ballot by the Supreme Court. And the Cubs are at the Dodgers tonight. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.